Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our event. I'm Analada Magalhães, and together with Clara Sodré, we will be conducting the second day of our Brazil 2021 In Debate event. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here in the second day. It's geared towards the world of investments. Yesterday, we talked about the tax reform and some other visions of what's coming along, and it was really focused on politics and economy. It's important to highlight that this event only happens because we have people like you that are interested in the different pathways that we're going to be following throughout 2021. That's it. And besides the participation from the big best market specialists, as well as major experts in XP, we have prepared a complete report with our forecast for 2021 in all of the different spheres that we cover here at XP. And it's available here at the special event page. And from fixed income to the stock exchange, going through the challenges. One question is what to expect from this challenging year where the world is really searching for returning to the development world. So it's a great question, right, Clara? We're going to have try to learn with this first panel. And we're going to have a lot of different panels today. But to start off with this one, we will receive on our virtual um, Fernando Ferreira. He's the research head at XP. Hi, Anna and Clara. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, besides, we also have Felipe Dexheimer. He's the allocation manager at XP, and he's going to be talking about investments in 2021. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Great. And last but not least, Camila, specialist in fixed income. I'm very anxious to check out this panel. Thank you, Camila. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Clara. And our colleagues, Fernando and Felipe, and everyone that's participating as well. Great. So now we're very anxious to know what you have prepared for this first session. Let's start. Well, we're going to begin our chat session here, talking about our investments for 2021. And we've separated this conversation. I'm going to start talking about the foreign scenario and the stock exchange. Then I'll pass it on to Camila Dolly to talk about fixed income. And finally, Felipe Dexheimer will bring in a portfolio vision and allocation and some of the main suggestions for allocation that we have for this profile at XP. So to start off with this market scenario and the external market, if you could maybe if you can see my slides already on the screen, basically we are coming into the year of 2021 with a scenario that we call a hopeful scenario. So we've in 2020 gone through four periods. So we started off 2020 with a very optimistic perspective of Brazil and the world. And we went through a major shock. It was a significant shock. Then we got into a long period of uncertainties. We had a lot of uncertainties and uh, some uncertainties because of the second wave in the U.S. And this period of uncertainty finished with the American elections, and that also brought in a lot of volatility in the market in the end of the month of October. And ever since the American elections, the market saw a major rally. The month of November was one of the best months of November, and for the global stock exchange, with over 13%. In the global stock exchange, Brazil was going up over 20% in dollars throughout the month of November. And this is what we're calling it's also about hope that the vaccines will work. So there can be efficiency in the vaccines that are starting up now, and some it's a feeling and a very positive environment moment that the world and Brazil is coming into. Um, so there are three main reasons that make us very optimistic. So first of all, about growth, we consider that we will enter 2021 with a good economic activity level, reaching some very sustainable and solid levels in Brazil and around the world. We've seen many indicators demonstrating a V recovery that's stronger than a lot of us expected. So the economic recovery um, was a lot quicker than we expected. And this base of 2020, the fact that it was very weak, will help the numbers really be solid. So when we take a look at the profit per share that is expected, you can see growth rates that were expected by the market consensus that are very high. So um, the number. So of course the market expects 2020 to be another solid year of growth. And this will, in the end of the day, in the short to long term, what really matters are the profit for, and this is the most important relevant factor to direct the stock market. So with the growth of the economy recovering, this should generate solid profit growth and for the company, and this will be supporting the prices of the shares in the next 2 years. Secondly, we have the incentives and global liquidity that's very excessive. Just this year, we had $20 trillion of fiscal packages and monetary packages from all of the central banks and the governments. $20 trillion is over 20% of the global GDP, and the GDP this year in the world should be about 4.5%. So there's a lot of money in the world. The liquidity is excessive right now in the world, and these packages and incentives should continue next year. So we have some indicators from the American government discussing some packages to when the next Joe Biden government begins. We have some other incentives as well, economic incentives coming around. And the consequence of so much liquidity in the world is that currently we have, as you can see in this graph, $17 trillion in debt bonds with negative interest rates in the world. So we complain about the CDI that's very low in Brazil, 2%. But if you're a fixed income investor in Japan or Europe, the situation is even more difficult because there you have government bonds that are actually paying negative interest rates below zero. So that makes the capital allocators as well as investment funds and pension funds to really be pushed out of the fixed income, and they have to go to risk assets with shares and or commodities such as gold or other precious metals. So this kind of global liquidity scenario should continue strongly next year, and we should adding on to these $20 million. And this will bring a scenario, this combination of economic growth, profit growth, and major global liquidity brings in a scenario that's a lot more positive for emerging markets. So emerging markets went back to the spotlight after quite a long time. We've seen this trend in Brazil with a record entrance of foreign investors in November, over 33 billion reais. But I would like to remind you that these 33 billion reais, when you convert them into dollars, is very little. And this represents about 2.5 hours of shares or stocks negotiated by Apple, for example. So there's a lot of room for countries like Brazil to really recover the flow of foreign investors, because throughout 2020, we've had a lot of money leaving from the emerging markets, especially those that are most cyclical, like Brazil. When we take a look at the stock exchange in the end of 2021, we see a value of 130,000 points that reaches about 14 to 15% of the valorization potential of the current prices. And we do this through three different technologies, and we get the average of these three technologies. So we have of these three methodologies, and we have the price per profit and the value of the company upon the EBITDA, and then we reach a fair price of 132. So the stock exchange still offers a lot of possibilities for valorization, supported by the growth of profits in the company, which is very positive. Now, when we think about the risks, what are the main risks? First, the first risk that we have to think about is this economic recovery. So if it does not happen at the level that the market's expecting it to happen, we may see a scenario where the expectations from the market are too high, and this recovery, for some reason, because of the delay in the vaccines or because the pandemic continues or for any other region, this could, of course, bring in some kind of need for a correction in these expectations for next year. So this is a risk that we need to continue to look at. A second risk that we're looking at is maybe a superheating of the markets and even of the economy that would go back to generating a sustained inflation, which is not the uh, part of the base scenario at XP, but it's a risk that we must continue to have in our radar, because this liquidity scenario with a economic recovery may bring in superheating of the price of the assets and also the prices in the economy generating inflation. And this would bring a scenario where central banks have to stop and modify their monetary policies and fiscal policies. And finally, the political and fiscal risks in Brazil, which is something we've discussed a lot yesterday. So I'm not going to go overboard on this, but I think fiscal risks are something that we need to continue to take a look at next year. Finally, before moving on to Dolly, I want to show you that our top 10 portfolio of XP shares for next year, we had two modifications this month, and we added on CNA in our portfolio in Vivara's place, and we added Ambev as Locaweb. And here we have three main topics that are supporting our portfolio. First of all, we have the commodities, which is a topic that we like, where this exposure to commodities. So we have exposure to Petrobras, Vale, and Gerdau, with China recovering and the world kind of moving back to growing. Commodities should go into a very positive cycle next year. The second topic are some investments that are quality investments. So like Banco do Brasil, Ambev, CEA, and Omega, and some secular growth stories that bring in a turnaround potential or growth potential that are very interesting. So I highlight B3, Tenda, and Via Varejo. So that's what I had to say from my side. And after we will answer some questions, I want to pass it on to Camila. Dolly. Thank you, Ferreira. Let me just share my screen here. Just a second. So just tell me okay if you're seeing my screen. Great. So let's share our fixed income area. So I don't want to go too into the economic scenario, which is something that we've already discussed a lot yesterday, and Fahida talked about a bit yesterday as well. But it's difficult to talk about fixed income and not talk about the economic scenario as well. So I think first of all, it's important for us to take a look at this as some learning experiences for 2020. That fixed income is not actually fixed, and if we take a look at the beginning of the pandemic with some assets varying a lot, especially for people that were buying a direct treasury, where you have the daily reflections on this, and you can observe this very clearly. So the fixed income also varies a lot according to the cycles. And this demonstrated that the economic political scenario directly affects the fixed income assets. So not only because of the activities that could lead to warm up in the economy or some sectors, but also because of the interest rates and the other indicators, which lead to this direct effect. So 2020 made it very clear to us. A lot of people discovered fixed income and got to learn a bit more about fixed income. And next year, we're already going to enter with these lessons learned and also being able to observe some new opportunities. For 2021, when we think about the economic scenario, uh, going back to a bit what was already said previously, it's very important that for Brazil to see the fiscal risk, which is the main topic we must monitor, inflation in the short run, and we also need to take a look at and monitor this with COVID-19, whether it's a second wave or the vaccine issue as well. So here, just to give you a view on how the interest expectations throughout the year behaved. So we can see that our fiscal scenario really had a major influence with the expectations for the fiscal scenario. And the yellow line shows us how these expectations finished in the end of November, which says 31 of November. It's actually the 30th of November. And showing that, yes, there is an expectation for these risks. And of course, this influences this directly on the fixed income assets. So clearly, those that are going to be monitoring the interest rate and the other assets that also have this kind of variation due to a change in expectations. And I brought in this graph because next year, actually, we will be continuing to monitor this kind of activity because this could bring in some shifts in opportunities and risks for fixed income assets. Now, when we think about the Treasury Direct, it's always important to start off by this. So it's one of our types of least risky assets. So as a entry door for the world of investments, especially when we talk about the Selic rate. So we're going to talk about some different but what happens is for the next year, we have already seen this in the last few years that all of the variations we've observed in this kind of asset, in the Selic, which is the most conservative and is still very much recommended for emergency reserves. These kind of variations have already been stabilized, and we can notice stabilization in the price of the assets and also resuming the natural behavior of this kind of investment. So although we did have the creation of some of a kind of a concern or an aversion towards this kind of investment, we can see that it was very occasional and temporary as we imagined. So for 2021, we are continuing to see this as a very good asset and option for people that want to take on their emergency reserves here at Treasury Direct. So in regards to the inflation, in regards to the expectations for inflation and the scenario we've been noticing, we believe it is a good option, especially for more long-term investments. I think Dexter is going to talk about this a bit. And when you think about some long-term time frames, we are actually protecting ourselves from this inflation effect. So for those of you that have been concerned with this, although we do believe it's kind of a curve for next year, it's a way to protect yourself from this kind of effect. And then when we think about the direct treasury program, this is a very excellent entry door for the world of the investments because of the security and the assets are issued by the federal government and insured by the federal government. So it's a great alternative, besides, of course, the huge scope of opportunities when we have in regards to timing and compensation. So with the increase in financial education, people have been entering the program more and more. this year we had an increase of 65 or 70% in the number of investors registered in direct treasury. So this is a trend that we believe should continue for next year, and we believe this will be uh, concrete for the next year because it means that we're being able to expand financial director and financial education and bring people into the world of investments. So when we think about risks of the Treasury Direct. Of course, this is very related to fixed income as a whole, with the variation of interest rates due to the fiscal situation and also COVID. Just to give you an idea, on these two graphs, this year you see the Selic Direct Treasury, but it's already come back. And then just to highlight here, you have the values. This drop that seemed very significant was just like 1% actually. So although there was this concern from investors, it was not so significant in regards to complete values. It's just like 1%, even if you consider the most intense drop. And then you can always see recovery to the normal behavior of this kind of bond. So in regards to the IPCA Treasury, which is the longest one we have, I brought this to show you this kind of variation. But of course, these kind of variations can be translated into opportunities for people that are looking for long-term um, assets, and in this could be an important entry opportunity. For so just to show you how fixed income varies, and next year, depending on the different activities in the economy and political reality, these kind of actions could happen and they could translate into some opportunities for investors. In regards to bank issuances like the CBBs, LCIs, LCs that are guaranteed by the our FGC, our Credit Guarantor Fund, we can see that this year, despite everything we've gone through and the crisis, these advertised banks, which are the main issuers of this kind of uh, uh, it represented strong resilience and a strong, robust approach in liquidity as well. When they were really prepared in regards to the crisis, they were anticipated and took advantage of all of the access to investors as well. So they've really gone through the crisis in a lot better than we expected. So in 2021, they're going to enter with a strong position, and this will we actually this year we saw that there were a lot of companies that were searching for the capital market and even banks as well to be able to capitalize and structure their cash position. And a lot of these were short term. So from the beginning of the second um, quarter of next year, we should see most of these issuances expiring, and then companies should find ways to refinance their uh, debt level and take on more long-term uh, debts that are less risky for the balance of the companies. This could happen through the capital market, which would be a private credit, or through the banks themselves. And through the banks, we should also see an increase in to be able to have this kind of fundraising. So just to highlight the security of the FGC, so that we continue to monitor this year. I think in the beginning of the crisis, a lot of people were asking about the FGC and if there was still this kind of security. And yes, it still is present. This year, we've seen that companies and banks were able to maintain their operations very well, and this should continue very well. So the risks would be the end of the emergency COVID voucher. And we also have private credit that would be a good alternative when we think about profitability due to the fact that there is not this FGC guarantee. And the companies would also be entering with good solidity and a good position in 2021, and they should resume fundraising since the beginning of the year, which would bring in new opportunities. So I'm sorry if I went a little over time, but I think this is the important fixed income aspect, and there's a little more in the report as well. Well, it's going to be good because this will help my presentation also to summarize a bit of the points and also uh, giving you a good perspective on how to unite a bit of what Camila and Fahida have mentioned previously, and you set up a portfolio. So I think you can have a good vision on this. Everyone's pretty much focused on these two questions, right? Who's going to be winning this race between the virus and the vaccine? So are we going to be able to meet these expectations for growth that the market has, or will there be a delay in the vaccine and then maybe you have a third wave and even more quarantines and more lockdowns? And in Brazil, we have a scenario with reforms or without reforms. And to sum this up, if we have a global strong recovery, we would probably have the stock exchange around the world strong as well. The Brazilian stock exchange should benefit from this, but if we still have some reforms, then yes, we'll have strong results. Emerging credits and a currency from emerging countries, which are also extremely important if we have this scenario confirming itself, which is the base scenario. Now, when it comes to the possibility of it not being confirmed, what are the main protections? What could save it? So we're talking about currencies from developed countries and bonds and securities from developed countries, and also gold, which is, of course, a defense. We're in a scenario where you have more incentives to be able to create this final bridge to this vaccine. If in Brazil we're not able to have reforms, we'll see we'll be benefiting from the shorter curve period that's more connected to the inflation. And if we have the reforms, even if we do not have a world with the vaccine, especially with weak global growth, we have the fixed income and fixed income per inflation seem to be very good investments. So Camila has showed us the evolution of the interest curve throughout the years, and I think this is very interesting because we can split up that curve to understand what is the main average CBI that's expected throughout time. And when we compare this with our forecasts, uh, that we say that the market has a price that we consider a negative scenario. So the market is stressed. It's almost like if the market has already pretty much been accommodated because that there won't be reforms, and that's why we think they're assets that are very good to have and the symmetrics are pretty much favorable towards them. And another global topic that's important that I even joked about, investors need to be prepared emotionally even for next year, is really something that Faheda mentioned as well. We're basically passing on the baton, and we have a bunch of incentives in the economy, low interest rates, fiscal incentives, and all of that. And the packages are basically trillions and trillions of dollars. And we also have, at some moment, we're going to have to remove these incentives and actually see how the real economy will react. So we need to have this kind of growth that will be self-sustainable, that doesn't depend on these incentives. And in 2008, for example, during the transition after the crisis, we experienced this moment, right, in mid 2010, where you had a de-acceleration in this transfer process and the market suffered a bit. So the stock exchange in the US had like a 3-month window that dropped over 10%. And we're demonstrating this here in this chart. It is expected that we should have this kind of discussion when we reach close to summer in the northern hemisphere. So then I think the $1 million question is, Okay, then how can data and how can I build up my portfolio for the amidst this scenario? So, and the answer is having a little bit of each type of investment and really monitor the performance and results throughout the year. So you can see our portfolio for the moderate profile here. And whoever would like to learn about the other kind of profiles of investors, we can you can access the QR code, and you can see that this is a very balanced out portfolio. So some of the actions we've implemented was really to reduce a bit of the variable income. We think that there's a big optimistic moment in the market, but we still have a lot of risks, especially in regards to timeframes for vaccines, which are things that people have not been monitoring. People have not been monitoring so closely as we have close now, and we're still at that first quadrant in regards to the scenario. And in inflation, also, it's another point that's very important. We had 15 and went to 20% due to the fact that um, throughout the scenario for reforms is not so adverse. And that's pretty much it. And we'll end now for questions and for our final chat session. Thank you. Camila, Felipe, Fernando, we have a very interesting question that came up, and it's for Ferreira. What do you think about the education sector? Great question. The education sector was one of the sectors that was most impacted by the pandemic. Of course, the universities, the schools had to close down. People had to study at home, homeschooling, and throughout this new reality, it's also the sector that had to adjust quickly to the remote learning. And since the pandemic is lasting a long period, since the beginning of March, April, people thought it was like a 1 or 2 month period, and then everything's going to get back to normal. Now we're creating a new reality, and this new reality for remote learning as well as classroom learning and face-to-face learning, and how things were going to get back to normal, quote unquote, after the pandemic. So it's a sector that still has a lot of uncertainties in regards to the structural change that we're going to be seeing after the pandemic, especially in face-to-face education. So, will students want to pay the same amount they were paying previously if it's long distance or remote learning, or will you be able to compete with other universities from other locations because you have more options for remote learning? So there's a lot of questions still in regards to the structural aspects of the sector. Of course, with this vaccine scenario and economic recovery, it's a sector that is benefited a lot. So it enters some of those sectors that the market has really been betting on with this vision on this economic reopening process and the vaccine. But of course, there are still some question marks when it comes to the actual structure of face-to-face educational institutions. So what we most like in the sector is Anima Educação. So that's one of the stocks that we most like. And our next panel brings a bit of a sequence about this topic that could actually help with allocating investments in the stock market. And to talk about this topic, we have a group of specialists that will provide some tips and show you some new pathways. I want to invite our ESG analyst, Marcelo Ogaretti. Good afternoon and almost good evening. Thank you, Clara. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. We also have our retail analyst, Daniela. Welcome, Daniela. I can't hear you, Dani.
Desculpa, pessoal. Obrigada, Clara.
Sorry,
Boa tarde,
thank you,
pessoal.
Clara. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. So moving along, we have our oil and gas analyst. Good afternoon. This conversation is very promising. We have two other people that are going to add on to this team as well. Now I want to invite the XP analyst, Marcel Campos. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation. Welcome. and also the analyst for mining, Yuri Pereira.
Boa tarde,
Welcome, Yuri.
pessoal. Obrigado
Good
pelo
afternoon,
convite.
everyone, and
Prazer
thank
estar
you
aqui
so
com
much for this
vocês.
invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And now that everyone's here, we're going to start our vignette.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcela, continuing our event in 2020. We've seen the opening of the event. Our chief strategist of XP, Fernando Ferreira, talking about they're optimistic about the stock market, and the question is to talk to you about it's the XP's vision of what's coming ahead. Are you able to hear me? Okay, we had a little technical difficulty, a little technical glitch. Hopefully
Bom,
we'll get our
pessoal,
sound back.
acredito que a Marcela esteja com algum problema de conexão. Acho que
I
nessa
think that
introdução
she
ela
has a small
gostaria de perguntar para a gente
connection, but I wanted to
quais
ask
setores
which
a gente tem de
sectors
destaque para trazer hoje aqui.
we have highlights today to bring to you.
Posso começar aqui pelo meu
I
setor,
can
né?
start with
A
my
gente
sector.
Tem preferência pelos setores de
We do
mineração
have
e
preference for the
papéis e
mineral
embalagens.
sector, paper
O
and
setor de
packaging.
mineração deve ser puxado
Mining
por demanda
should
forte da China
have
e
a
setor
strong
de
demand from
embalagens
China
demanda forte no Brasil. Se
and a
puder
strong demand in
fazer
Brazil.
primeiro resumo introdutório, seria mais ou menos nessa linha. Gabriel, Chicão,
In that line,
você gostaria de complementar do seu lado?
would you like to talk a little bit about that, Gabriel? Yes, Yuri, he called me by my nickname that everybody calls me. On my side, our first preference is we cover the oil and gas sector and the electric sector. Our preference is for stock in Petrobras stock shares. We think petroleum looks good in the next year with the world coming back to normal. And this has become more clear with the introduction of vaccines and the protection against the COVID. The transportation of people and cargo will have also an impact on the price of petroleum, which as a consequence will have a positive impact on the share price of Petrobras. And however, it's a good asset, even with oil prices as low as they are. It will be even better as commodities recover, and we believe that will happen. In the electrical sector, we have a restricted number of opportunities. However, they do very well in relation to interest rates. It's very affected by interest rates. We have a positive vision of the macro vision for certain segments, whether it be distribution or generation. We like to look at it case by case, story by story. Our favorite stock in the sector is Omega Generation, which is aimed at the renewable energy sector. We're going to pass it over to Daniela to talk a little about her preferences in the retail sector.
Bom,
Chicão,
Gabriel,
thank you.
Agora
Gabriel,
do meu lado aqui, então, vamos falar um pouquinho do varejo. Como vocês sabem, o varejo, na verdade, é um setor bastante amplo, né? Então, na verdade, é quase que vários mini subsetores dentro. Então, só passando um pouquinho por algum deles. No nosso caso, a nossa preferência para 2021, ela está no varejo tradicional, que é principalmente o varejo físico. Hoje não existe mais só o varejo físico, né? Eu acho que a pandemia, ela mostrou que, na verdade, as companhias, elas devem agora ser multicanais, então oferecer tanto o online, mais digital, mas, obviamente, os varejistas tradicionais, eles continuam principalmente majoritariamente no físico. A gente acha que esses varejistas devem se auto-performar em 2021 muito pelo fato de que em 2020 eles foram bastante prejudicados e até o próprio consumo direcionado para esse segmento, ele ficou muito aquém do que normalmente ele é, né? Então, pensar um exemplo para vocês mesmos. Vocês provavelmente não compraram tanta roupa quanto vocês teriam comprado. Por quê? Porque você ficou em casa, você não teve mais tantos eventos sociais, talvez até não teve nenhum no caso. Então, não tem muito por que você renovar aquele seu guarda-roupa, comprar algum tipo de moda diferente, enfim. Então, e as próprias empresas foram menos ativas nesse sentido ao longo de 2020. Uma vez que a gente vê a vacina sendo distribuída e a vida voltando ao normal, que normal que for, seja esse, né? Eu acho que a gente vai voltar a se ver, vai voltar a ter uma política, nem que seja parcialmente presencial nos escritórios. As pessoas voltam com essa demanda reprimida, além do fato também de que você teve uma poupança acumulada aí ao longo de 2020, que foi também um pouco permitida por conta do auxílio emergencial que protegeu essa renda disponível do consumidor. Então, a gente acaba preferindo a exposição a esse subsegmento. Passando rapidamente pelos outros três, em supermercados a gente entende que foi um ano muito forte para eles, principalmente por fato de que quase todo mundo acabou consumindo muito em casa, então isso favoreceu o canal. E aí, para 2021, a gente vê uma desaceleração nesse sentido, à medida que as pessoas voltam a comer em bares, restaurantes, mas isso ajuda um outro canal deles, que é o atacarejo, que é quem serve esses locais, né? Então, os bares e restaurantes. Então, a gente entende que é um segmento que não vai ir tão bem quanto 2020, mas ainda tem uma tendência favorável para 2021. Outro que eu acho que é o que realmente tomou todo o destaque em 2020, que foi a questão do e-commerce, né, as lojas de departamento. A gente entende que ele sai um pouquinho de foco em 2021, muito pelo fato de que o digital ele deve desacelerar à medida que a gente vê uma normalização do canal físico ao longo de 2021. E, finalmente, farmácias, a gente tem uma visão positiva do setor. É um setor mais resiliente, então ele acaba não sendo muito elástico, mas o que a gente vê de positivo é que, no fim do dia, muita gente também postergou as cirurgias eletivas, né, ao longo de 2020, até para evitar sair de casa, ir no hospital. Acho que foi muito um foco, né, nessa questão do Covid. Então, a gente entende que tem uma demanda reprimida aí também por medicamentos, à medida que as pessoas retomam essas cirurgias e também tem que fazer o acompanhamento pós-operatório. Então, se eu pudesse dar esse primeiro overview, eu diria que seria esses os principais pontos. E agora eu acho que a gente conclui com o Marcel.
Thank you. Banking sector. From 2020 in the stock during the banks went down, and we can reflect which crisis it had and so the banking sector were negative. This was a lever. So the banking sector was very 2021. We like to talk about that. So 20, the banks had to pay a lot of provision of debt. Duration of the economy, the expense was extremely negative. Several of provisions that they have is banks already have more to face up to the reality. Is diminished, but more profit from just the fact that they another thing that we should mention in 2021 is credit. Way be increase with less interest and the power of the company profitable mix. So from the increase in the portfolio of banks, moved all of spreads. I wanted to mention is them underperform interest a lot. Stop borrowing, and the effect on the. I think that will change greatly in 21, both in the retail sector. Do more in the durable goods, more M&A, more things will happen that will service sector in the happy surprise 20 for the banking sector. This year, announcing they were going to September. Expectation is in 2021, concentration of the that costs have to be a theme for the these are motives talk about in sector in 2021 recovery. Thank you, Marcel. For my internet, I had a technical problem to pick up on what he was saying. Hearing Gabriel about the in 2020, of petroleum falling a lot, and consequently, the names suffered as was the case of Petro. But let me, as well as for the sector in 20. Thank you very much. Give you a short overview. A horrible year for the COVID demand for petroleum derivatives. For instance, airline travel, which responds to 8 global demand at the bottom of the crisis, April and May of 2020, petroleum is 100 million barrels a day, and significant prices. And then at the beginning, the which in the world, OPEC to the OPEC. There was an agreement about what to do about that, if they should already administer stocks, principally in Russia, where a price war, which made since demand was falling, and in the production initially, they were not complying with the agreement in relation to production, petroleum production levels. At the most acute moment of the crisis, in April, we saw go down to $18 a barrel. We saw the due to a local problem, So we saw what happened. First of all, to limit petroleum companies in the group, all countries agreementization of stocks. There was also a fall off in the U.S. in the change and improvement in the U.S. has been with the flexible and a reduction of the restrictions. It hasn't gone back to a normal level of consumption. Forward, what happens? Vision for medium term, and very looking at the second rate of things that are happening. Okay. Focus of the market is in the expectation. Derivatives of petroleum and the organization, and so these should improve in value. Is going back between $50 per barrel, which will remunerate the marginal producers of the commodity. For the producer, but the level that we consider a fair price, but price should be better and better. With the low petroleum prices, good, reflecting the fact that all are appearing very high productivity, millions of petroleum relative to risk. They should deliver the scale of refineries, which are very important, which should generate should help them to that are. I'm going to pass this over to Yuri. If you've seen anything over the long term, yes. So that would be my full point about petroleum. A little bit of with you, the famous retailers. You see the physical suffering quite a due to the lockdown and the social distance. We see what I want to ask you is, how do you see the online world? It would also post-pandemic, the tradition will still be strong and see them doing well after the pandemic.
Obrigada pela pergunta, Mar. E assim, eu acho que do nosso lado esse é o tema que tem sido mais discutido e debatido. Acho que a pergunta de $1 milhão do setor é qual é o novo normal da digitalização do consumo, quão de fato os consumidores foram digitalizados porque eles querem ou porque eles foram, entre aspas, obrigados por conta da situação. A gente entende que tem um pouco dos dois. Tanto na parte de que, estruturalmente, eu acho que os consumidores eles ficaram mais digitais, eu acho que percebeu-se o valor que existe em termos de serviço, de eficiência, de você evitar fazer aquele tipo de compra que você não tinha tanto prazer em fazer, e aí você trazer isso e chegar na tua casa de modo relativamente rápido, ou muitas vezes com um custo bastante interessante, porque as companhias investiram muito em logística. Então, assim, eu acho que isso tem uma parte que, de fato, veio para ficar. Mas a gente entende que tem uma parte que ainda classe é importante no varejo físico, né? O varejo físico, ele passou de ser também só um canal e ele se torna quase que um ecossistema, né? Assim, tanto que você vê os movimentos de algumas empresas que são totalmente online também indo para o físico, não só aqui no Brasil, como no mundo, né? Então, você vê, por exemplo, uma Amazon comprando um Whole Foods, tendo esse movimento de oferecer uma loja física. Você vê mesmo algumas empresas que são digitais aqui do Brasil, como, por exemplo, uma West Wing, uma Mobile, que também está fazendo esse movimento para o varejo físico. Porque, no fim do dia, o que eu acho que a pandemia mostrou para os varejistas é que o grande valor não está no físico ou no online. Ele está em ter os dois, na multicanalidade, né? Que tanto a gente escuta falar, aquele omnichannel, né? Que a palavra em inglês. Então, no fim do dia, a gente entende que mesmo as varejistas tradicionais, ou seja, o varejo físico, eles perceberam que tem o valor no online. Então, a gente entende que isso vai se tornar um grande mix de canais para ser ofertado para o consumidor um melhor nível de serviço dentro do que eles conseguem, né? Então, a gente já vê, por exemplo, um movimento de você ter essa integração entre os canais. Então, você está na loja, você conseguir ter acesso ao estoque que está lá no online, seja do estoque próprio, né? Que a gente chama de 1P, ou seja, mesmo de um seller, de um vendedor que está na tua plataforma conectado, que é o que a gente chama de 3P, o marketplace. Então, oferecer os produtos, todo o seu portfólio, um sortimento bem maior para o seu consumidor no canal que ele prefere. Prefiro no online? Beleza, você acha lá todos os produtos disponíveis para você. E como que você quer receber? Você quer receber em casa? Ok, podemos. Você quer passar na loja e pegar hoje ou amanhã? Pode também. Então, fazer com que cada vez mais esse serviço oferecido e esse ecossistema ele esteja de fato integrado. Então, a gente entende que 2021 ele caminha para a gente evoluir nesse formato de multicanalidade. Obviamente, se você olhar só o digital de 2020, né, as empresas que são puramente digitais ou que têm um digital muito forte, a gente entende que vai ter uma desaceleração, uma queda em 2021. Até pelo fato que a gente não tinha o físico como uma alternativa, né? Então, a gente entende que apesar de ver essa desaceleração e essa acomodação, ela fica num patamar mais alto e também vai ficar cada vez mais difícil, de fato, de entender o que é digital e o que é o físico, porque eles vão integrar, e aí você fala, pô, se o meu consumidor comprou online, mas pegou na loja, essa venda é de quem? É do online, é do físico? E se for o inverso? Pô, tô ali na loja, não tem uma peça que eu queria, achei o tamanho em outra loja, ou enfim, por outro vendedor, entrega na minha casa. Isso é varejo físico ou é varejo online? Então, eu acho que, de fato, assim, houve essa grande mistura dos canais, então eu acho que não vai ficar tão óbvio e tão claro para a gente conseguir segregar o que é o quê, mas a gente entende também que realmente assim o consumidor foi digitalizado para outro patamar, né? Assim, você vê, por exemplo, eu mesmo nunca tinha comprado algumas coisas online, eu tinha um super costume de ir na loja, ir atrás das coisas no ambiente físico, agora não mais. Ou mesmo pessoas que tinham uma barreira demográfica, você vê outras regiões que são menos digitalizadas, acelerando essa digitalização, porque eles estavam evitando sair de casa, ou mesmo barreira de faixa etária, pessoas que não tinham tanta essa familiaridade com o ambiente digital, ou às vezes tinha até entre aspas, preconceito, putz, acho muito complicado, muito complexo fazer esse tipo de coisa, e eles foram meio que, entre aspas, forçados a entender como funciona, e às vezes perceberam que, pô, não era tão complexo assim, até porque as próprias empresas têm investido muito nas plataformas para tornar o ambiente mais amigável, trazer mais facilidade para o consumidor. Então, a gente entende que sim, né, tentando responder de forma mais objetiva, vai ter uma desaceleração do digital para 2021, mas a gente entende que parte desse crescimento ele veio para ficar e ele acelera ao longo do tempo, porque a gente ainda tem um espaço bom para a gente penetrar o digital versus outros países. E aí também o físico, a gente vê que também, obviamente, em 2020 eles foram muito prejudicados por uma questão das restrições do fluxo das pessoas. E aí, propriamente dito, se a gente olha que o varejo físico, ele está muito atrelado, por exemplo, vestuário, acessórios, que foi uma categoria, como eu comentei com vocês, que ela foi despriorizada, né, nesse ano, por uma questão até de falta de socialização entre as pessoas. Então, a gente entende que eles têm um espaço para retomar esse espaço deles, né, assim, retomar o share of pocket, né, o quanto que eles têm de participação no bolso, na carteira das pessoas, dos consumidores, mas eles também vão fazer esse movimento do digital e aí, enfim, isso ajuda a recuperação também da demanda como um todo. Então, eu acho que, basicamente, se eu pudesse tentar resumir esses pontos, eu traria esses principais assuntos.
I would bring in these main topics. Well, Yuri, I would like to hear more from you. We've seen that this year the dollar had reached valorization, and it's one of the worst currencies in regards to performance. And if on one behalf this impacts negatively some companies, on the other hand, they benefit from this high dollar scenario. So I think that the question is taking a look up ahead. Our team really mentioned this. They're forecasting the currency at 490. Is this disturbing the vision? Or do you believe that there's more reasons for optimism in these sectors and
primeiro, obrigado pela pergunta e respondendo de forma direta, depois a gente destrincha pouco mais. Não preocupa, acredito que o consenso de mercado, se não ali nos 4,90, já tinha uma curva para o dólar em queda, então não creio que a revisão para baixo no dólar vai causar grandes impactos nas revisões estimativas. Claro que causa impacto, para vocês terem uma ideia, receita do nosso setor aqui, a siderurgia, mineração, papel, celulose, tem empresas que têm 80% dela em dólar, tem empresas que são mais expostas ao mercado doméstico, como as Minas, por exemplo, que vai ali 15% apenas da receita, mas na média dos setores de siderurgia, mineração, papel e celulose, você tem ali 65% das receitas em dólar. Então, claro que um dólar em queda causa impacto negativo nesse front. Por outro lado, como as empresas elas tentam fazer balanço equilibrado com o operacional, o dólar em queda também reduz a alavancagem para alguns caras que estão com nível de alavancagem pouco mais alto. O dólar em queda, principalmente se for uma queda gradual, não abrupta, o dólar em queda ele dá tempo para a commodity subir e mais do que compensar essa queda no câmbio, e os caras que têm essa alavancagem mais alta, como no setor de papel e celulose, por exemplo, eles têm tempo para uma desalavancagem. Ao longo de 2020, a gente viu algumas empresas postando perdas com hedge, remarcação mercado de dívida também afetando
this has also affected the net
uma
profit of
queda
the company.
gradual do dólar
With
pode
a gradual drop in the dollar
equilíbrio,
value,
já
this
que
may bring in a balance.
grande parte desse hedge ele é feito
Most of this hedge
forma de janela móvel, né?
has some mobile
O dólar em
windows.
queda pode fazer com
So the
que
drop in the
parte
dollar
daquelas
rate
perdas
may
reportadas
make part of these
nos
losses that were
trimestres
reported in
passados
the
seja
previous
recuperada
quarters can be
pouco
recovered
daqui para frente.
a bit
Então,
from now on.
do ponto de
So
vista de balanço, essa é a ideia. Do ponto de vista operacional, claro que tem algum impacto,
from the operational
mas
point of view, of course,
a
there is
gente
some
pode
impact.
entrar num segundo assunto mais nas
And we can
commodities,
get back to
mas
this
a nossa
other topic
perspectiva
in the
positiva
commodities.
para as commodities mais do que compensa
But our perspective for the commodities more than compensates this drop in the dollar rate. And taking advantage of this, Yuri, what are the perspectives taking a look at the next year? So when we think about the main variable to monitor is the automotive demand. We know that it was a sector that was highly impacted by the pandemic. We anticipated some collective vacations, and now
tem uma melhora, né? A gente vê os dados da Anfavea melhorando, mas não é uma melhora tão pujante assim. Parece que a melhora mesmo deve ficar para o ano que vem.
The improvement should be left for next year.
A frase do Chicão sobre as vacinas, né? É um setor altamente dependente de reabertura econômica, de segurança para financiamento também.
This is also
então,
a solution for
feito esse parênteses,
security and the
o setor
refinancing.
automotivo é a grande variável a ser
The
acompanhada.
automotive sector
Porque
is
do
the
lado
most
da construção civil,
important variable to be considered.
praticamente a gente não viu nenhum impacto com a pandemia, tá?
We barely didn't see any impact.
O setor de construção civil lá no início da
in the civil
quarentena,
construction sector,
alocado, né, classificado como setor de atividade essencial, e de lá para cá
it's classified as an
além de não ver
essential
nenhum impacto,
activity sector,
em algumas
and from then on we haven't seen an
até uma
impact.
atividade mais forte do que é esperado. Para 2021, com esse nível de taxa de juros
For 2021,
ainda baixo, setor de construção civil, e aí, para quem não está familiarizado com o setor,
if you're not familiar with the civil construction,
ele abarca os produtos de aços longos, como, por exemplo, o vergalhão. A gente, então, para 2021, espera um setor de construção civil ainda demandante de aço, dados os lançamentos de imóveis recentes, né, ao longo de 2020, e a taxa de juros ainda baixa.
And the low interest rate still.
Do lado de construção civil, aços
for
longos,
the civil construction,
a
longer
única coisa a ser
steel,
monitorada, então, é o repasse de preços. Só relembrando como esse preço é repassado. Você pega quanto está custando o aço na China, faz a conta para ver o custo de trazer esse aço aqui para o Brasil,
the cost of this steel in Brazil, and compare this with the domestic steel.
O aço doméstico deve
and domestic
negociar
steel should negotiate some kind of a premium between 5 and 10% versus
steel. Tem
steel.
proximidade ao cliente, tem ali serviços atrelados na venda.
So there are sectors
o cliente
connected
ele
to the
recebe
sales.
o produto mais rápido. Alguns fatores que justificam esse prêmio.
Some factors that justify this kind of premium,
produtos.
As well as the quality of the products.
Feito isso, né? Voltando na questão do dólar, que foi a primeira pergunta, o
when
dólar em
we go
queda,
back to the
ele
dollar, it
dificulta
was the
pouco esse
first
repasse,
question. The dollar and the drop
porque o
makes
preço
this kind of
internacional do aço,
transfer difficult
quando
because the international steel price, when it's internationalized,
mais barato do
will
que se
be
o dólar
cheaper
estivesse lá
than
perto
if the
dos
dollar
R$6,
was closer to 6
como
reais,
alguns meses atrás.
as some
Então,
months
para a
ago.
siderurgia, esse dólar em queda pode impactar
So this
pouco o
drop in the
repasse de
dollar could
preço
impact
para a
the
rede de
transfer of prices.
distribuição dos distribuidores de aço, que são aqueles caras que eles funcionam como especuladores no bom sentido. Eles são ótimos
the
agentes para
speculators
ajuste
are
desse
excellent
mercado.
agents to adjust
Esses
this.
caras eles recebem os aumentos de preço numa frequência bem maior. Já para o setor automotivo, que é a principal variável que a gente deve acompanhar ao longo de 2021,
this is the most
a gente
important
tem
variable that we should monitor.
Contratos anuais.
And we have
Então,
annual
todo primeiro
contracts.
trimestre
So in the first quarter,
definido novo
we
contrato,
define a new contract
novos preços. Esses novos
with new
preços levam em conta principalmente o comportamento dos preços no ano
this
anterior.
considers the behavior of the prices in the previous year.
Uma sequência de aumentos ao longo de 2020,
So you can notice a sequence
noticiário
of
bem
increases
forte,
throughout 2020,
também impulsionado pela alta do dólar.
which
Mas além
was
disso,
also motivated by the increase in the dollar
demanda
value. But
forte na
besides
China,
this, we have a
o
strong
preço
demand
do
in
aço no
China as
mercado
well,
internacional não cedeu como se
and
esperava.
steel
Então, isso
international
também
prices did not
beneficiou
give in as
os preços
expected,
do aço.
which also
Com
benefited the
isso, as
steel
montadoras
prices.
elas
So
vão ter
with
que
this,
repassar em
the
alguma medida
OEMs will have
para
to
os seus produtos
transfer
finais esse
this to their
aumento no aço, e a
final
gente deve ver
consumer,
aumento
to their final
robusto
products, and
no
we should see
primeiro
a
trimestre do ano
robust
que vem.
increase in the first
A gente
quarter
acredita
of
que
next
esse
year.
aumento robusto já está amplamente precificado no preço
We
das
believe this is
ações.
already priced
Acredito eu
greatly,
que aumento acima de
and I believe
30%
that an increase of
para o
over
setor
30%
automotivo ano que vem seria uma
for the
notícia
auto sector,
positiva, apesar de alguns no mercado
and
já
this could
esperarem isso.
be
A gente acredita
a
numa
positive
reação extra
impact,
positiva das ações
and
lá
we
para o final do
consider that
primeiro
this
trimestre,
will
mais ou
lead to
menos,
positive
ou pouco
action,
antes, quando
or
esses aumentos começarem a
through
ser
the first
ventilados no
quarter, maybe
mercado.
a little before, when these
Então, acho
increases are
que essa é
ventilated
a
to the
nossa
market.
cabeça. A gente vai ver
I think
setor
this is our main
automotivo
focus, and
com
in
aumento
the
de preço e
automotive
aumento de
sector, we're going
demanda,
to see an increase
dado
of
que os
prices
estoques
and
ainda
also
estão
demand,
baixos,
considering that
assumindo
the stocks
cenário
are
de
still low.
reabertura econômica,
And if we
a demanda
consider a
voltando,
reopening scenario,
impulsionada pelo movimento de
with the
restocagem no
demand,
setor.
thank you, Yuri. This is very clear. Taking advantage now of what you've mentioned in your speech and the scenario that we experienced here in Brazil with low interest rates and connecting all of this, tomorrow we will have Copom and another important decision in regards to the interest rate. And the central bank has already had 5 cuts in the Selic rate. That went from 4.5% to 2%. And our economy team, once again, was also mentioning this, that discussed this a lot yesterday in the event. They are not forecasting an increase in the interest rate, at least until the second semester of next year. And then I think we already know, Gabriel, and I wanted you to mention a bit more about the low interest rates really tend to be good for the electrical companies. And then Gabriel, I would like you to mention what is your opinion about the companies in this sector? Have they already priced this situation when we look at 2021, is there more coming up ahead, and are you optimistic with this? Could you talk about this a bit? Yes, good question. So the electrical sector companies are what we have an expression in English which we call the bond processes. So they behave as fixed income bonds, such as the Treasury Direct, due to the profile of cash generation of these companies that are more stable than other sectors. But this is foreseeable, and it's really connected to the inflation in a normalized scenario. One of the metrics that we take a look at are the internal rates of return, and it's almost like the implicit compensation or remuneration rate, which is comparable to a fixed income rate like a debenture or a Treasury Direct bond. So this is what we call the tier. We take a look at the rates for each of the stocks based on the prices and the flows, and what we see is that the differential of this return rate to the free risk rate at a comparable duration of these companies, you have a low differential. So it's like as if the sector was super valued, overvalued, and it has a low differential in regards to the risk level. So this lower interest rate. So there's so companies that have companies related to the Selic continue to benefit from this. This is not so trivial with this lower interest rate. So if there's not a huge asymmetrics in the sector, our vision is seeing the less trivial times where you can look at the stories, and also from the perspective of the some macro sector issues related from the distribution sector and the energy distribution sector that was very much affected by this crisis in the pandemic of COVID-19. And there was a solution, a package to rescue the sector, which was caused by the drop in demand and the increase, but also, so we can see, and some micro stories that we can also see with a good perspective like Ecopel and SGP. So as we really need to get into details story by story to find good opportunities that are very scarce at the moment. Great, excellent, thank you. And then going back to this point now, in the panels yesterday, we spoke a lot about some monetary stimulus that were announced here in Brazil. And in your vision, the discussions in regards to the end of the COVID Corona voucher, and if these should impact this and what magnitude this would affect the results of the retailers when we take a look at the scenario up ahead where we have the end of the emergency COVID Corona voucher.
Ótima pergunta. Eu acho que essa, junto com o primeiro ponto que a gente já abordou, são os principais temas hoje para entender o que vai ser 2021. A gente entende que o auxílio emergencial ele beneficiou os supermercados, o quanto é muito difícil de precisar, porque no fim do dia a gente não consegue de fato ver esse dinheiro veio daqui, esse dinheiro veio dali, mas uma coisa é clara, o auxílio ele protegeu a renda disponível, então pessoas que não teriam tido uma queda de renda foram protegidas nesse sentido, e aí com isso eles puderam direcionar o dinheiro deles para diversos segmentos, dentre eles a gente entende que o alimentar. O que a gente acredita é que esse impacto no alimentar foi positivo, mas a gente não entende também que é uma questão assim, nossa, foi transformacional, porque no fim do dia as pessoas precisam comer. Não é que é uma categoria que você fala, não, peraí, eu vou direcionar um pouco mais de dinheiro aqui, mas depois eu não preciso mais, eu não tinha dinheiro para isso. No fim do dia é quase que, né, não é à toa que chama cesta básica, é o básico. Então, você realmente precisa daquilo no seu dia a dia, então ele já faz parte do seu orçamento, né, mensal. Então a gente acha que foi sim uma ajuda para o setor, mas a gente também não entende que vai ser uma desaceleração tão estrutural, tão relevante para o segmento de modo geral. Até porque uma coisa que é curiosa, em setembro esse auxílio ele já caiu pela metade. E aí a gente vê os resultados das companhias do terceiro trimestre e a gente não vê essa desaceleração. Pelo contrário, a gente está vendo aceleração nos resultados. E aí até nos próprios calls, né, de resultado das companhias, o management ele apontou que essa aceleração tem continuado no quarto trimestre. Então, realmente não parece ser um ponto tão atribuído ao próprio auxílio emergencial. A gente entende que, de fato, o que ele ajudou é que ele protegeu, no fim do dia, a renda disponível. Então, os consumidores conseguiram fazer uma poupança ou até mesmo direcionar algum gasto para um setor que normalmente não teria tido essa demanda. O que a gente pensa, que a gente viu muita notícia sendo falada, é a questão de construção, né, reforma de casa. E aí, nesse sentido, linha branca pode ter sido favorecida, e o que a gente acredita que pode ter tido um pouco de uma antecipação dessa demanda ao longo do ano, né? Então, quando recebeu o auxílio, você já estava com aquele plano de trocar uma geladeira, pô, agora que eu recebi esse dinheiro que eu não estava com ele planejado, deixa eu já aproveitar e trocar aqui. Então, de novo, é muito difícil de fato, né, você rastrear da onde vem o dinheiro, te dar a magnitude de quanto isso ajudou. Aqui é muito no campo das suposições ainda, mas a gente entende que os dois principais setores que foram beneficiados de uma certa magnitude foi tanto a questão de linha branca, né, e casa, enfim, essas coisas que as pessoas de fato ficaram mais em casa e se preocuparam mais em tornar o ambiente melhor, como também a parte do supermercado. E só se eu puder entrar só um pouco na questão da linha branca, onde a gente viu que isso foi bem claro, foi nos resultados dos próprios, não só lojas de departamento, como também a parte não alimentar das redes de supermercado, né? Então, o Extra, o mesmo Carrefour, eles tiveram um crescimento muito forte nessas linhas, principalmente no segundo trimestre, quando todo mundo ficou em casa e falou, meu, deixa aqui eu construir meu home office, deixa eu trocar aqui uma TV que não me incomodava, mas agora eu tô aqui em casa quase 100% do tempo. Então, foram alguns segmentos que a gente entende que foram beneficiados e que deve ter algum tipo de desaceleração para o ano que vem, mas a gente não entende também que, principalmente na questão dos supermercados, especificamente, vai ser um movimento tão abrupto, até porque você vai ter uma compensação da retomada de bar e restaurante, né, que também traz esse fluxo de volta. Então, acho que do ponto do auxílio emergencial,
so in regards to the Corona voucher, these are the main topics that must be monitored. Then, Dani, you mentioned a bit about the retailers supermarkets, refrigerators, and I also wanted to know if I could give a bit of the overview on perspectives for the pharmaceutical companies and for the pharmacies and drugstores that also seem to have had an important role in the scenario. So if you could talk about the macro scenario, and also everyone's very anxious to know what are the main names specifically in the sector, and we're going to be getting into this specific point in the sequence. But if you could give us a macro overview about the perspectives for the pharmaceutical sector. Yes, of course. So we are very positive and optimistic with the sector. It is a sector that is resilient when it comes to demand. It's not very volatile. So as I mentioned, certainly there is a demand that we understand is a little repressed in regards to elective surgeries, which should get back to 2021, which also brings in a demand for drugs as well in the post-surgery phase. And after all of this transformation of the focus on consumers in regards to health and well-being, and also the role of the pharmacies. So we've seen that they offered some COVID tests, and even maybe will shift the role of the pharmacy. Before it was just like getting into a store where you buy like health products. Now maybe they also will provide some services. So many retailers also offer this. We have the health sector, the health hub. So we understand that the pandemic should also bring this shift in perspectives about what a pharmacy is and the role of the pharmacy to help you and monitor any kind of pressure,
e mesmo oferecer medicamentos, testes de Covid, algumas farmácias até já têm aprovação de você aplicar vacina, ainda é uma coisa muito bem contida, porque tem uma questão regulatória importante, mas a própria Raia Drogasil falou no call delas, que eventualmente pode ter uma discussão com a Anvisa de distribuir as vacinas do coronavírus via as redes de farmácia, o que ajuda, né, na distribuição e aplicação para a população. Então, enfim, a gente entende que tem trend, uma tendência bastante positiva para o setor, à medida que esse foco de saúde e bem-estar e essa mudança da visão do que é o papel da farmácia, ela foi mudada com a pandemia, né? Então, eu diria que é basicamente isso.
So I'd say that that's pretty much it. Great. I think that we've gone through the macro vision in the sector. And now I would like you to please talk about in regards to each of the names. So for example, each of you, please talk about the main or preferred stock for each of the sectors you're looking at for 2021 and why. So getting more into the micro history, and then we can start off with Marcel, and then we'll have Yuri and Gabriel, and finish off with Dani. Thank you, Marcela. Well, in our case here, our choice for 2021 has been financial is the Banco do Brasil, because we think it's cheap and it's very defended nationally, and it's competitive digitally. So just to remind you about what we think and talked about in the sector. So we have very little visibility in regards to default rates due to the Corona voucher and the extensions and payments. So the default of the crisis did not happen this year. It should happen in 2021. And there's also a discussion of new entries, new players. So and we will provide details on each of these topics. And why do we think it's a cheap investment? Well, it's negotiated at 20% of the discount on their net equity. So this predisposes discussion on value, and it's discounted in regards to the history of its multiple, and it's also discounted in regards to the private pairs and the players. And finally, I think the sector that's being disputed is paying cheap, and that makes sense. Another important point, the operation is very well defended. What do we want to say with this? Well, due to default, which is a question and a risk, it's good to have someone that maybe has less possibilities of having a major loss. And that is why the Banco do Brasil portfolio is not as interesting. Is very interesting for us. 1/3 of this portfolio is agro, which is what has been moving the economy since '96. And this year we had a record harvest. And as Brazil is reducing, agro is not growing. So agro is less than 1%. And so we have 40% of the portfolio of credit in Banco do Brasil. That's very well defended. And you also have the public employees, which is a major consumer of Banco do Brasil and is also part of the portfolio. So so it's a very capitalized bank and good solvency in our vision. And there is, even if default grows a lot, Banco do Brasil already has this in the result. So this is good when there's a high volatility, as we've seen in regards to the currency. And this is a very passive situation, which is something that we like when there's a high volatility reality. And just to finish a bit about the portfolio, the Banco do Brasil portfolio lacks a bit in profitability, but a final point is being digitally competitive. Banco do Brasil has a customer base that's most digitalized. So we have 12 million people that access the app monthly. And Banco do Brasil, they have transactions, they consume credit, products, and this is a lot more than Bradesco and Itaú, almost double Santander. And Banco do Brasil is a lot more competitive. So the digital customer base has been growing a lot. 500,000 people in 2017. We have almost $7 billion, and it's very well assessed. So it's the best app assessed, and this really helps us with the strategy. So they've invested almost 24 billion in the past 8 years for technology, and it's a strategy we really like a lot. So it's an omni-channel strategy. Everything that's on digital is in the physical bank. They don't have like a separate digital bank. So we've seen a major value in the bank chains in this sense. So when you're digitalizing this through the agency or the bank chain, so we believe that due to these characteristics, the bank is a good crisis package, right? On your behalf, Yuri, in the mining, steel industry, and paper and pulp, what do you think are the main investments for 2021?
Bom, a gente prefere Vale e
Well, we
Klabin.
prefer Vale and
Começando por
Klabin.
Vale,
Starting
os
off
dois
with
pilares
Vale, the
principais
two main pillars
são demanda forte na China,
are strong
em
demand in
decorrência
China
dos estímulos
due
que
to
vem
the
acontecendo nos últimos anos e
incentives
face à
that have
guerra
been
comercial.
starting in the past
Para vocês
years
terem uma
after
ideia,
the commercial war.
produção de aço na China
So the steel production in
cresce
China
forte desde
has been growing
2017.
strongly since 2017.
Cresceu forte nas últimas décadas, né?
It's growing
Mas
strongly in the
depois
last
de
decade.
rondar a estabilidade entre
But
2014 e
after the
2016,
stability between 2014
em
and 2016,
2017 cresceu
in 2017
8%,
it grew 8%.
em 2018 e
In
2019 cresceu
2018 and 2019 it
7%.
grew 7%.
Com os dados de
So
fechamento de
with
outubro
the data
crescendo
from
6%
October growing
versus o mesmo período
6%,
de 2019,
the same period
se a
of
China mantiver esse
2019,
ritmo e crescer 6% a produção de aço em 2020, vai passar de 1 bilhão de toneladas
so it's going to
de
go
aço
over 1
produzido,
billion tons of steel
que
produced.
claramente
And this clearly
mais do que compensa qualquer eventual
offsets
incremento de
any
oferta.
kind of increment
Em
in the offer.
2020,
and supply. And in 2020, instead of having an increment in the supply, we had a drop in the supply due to the pandemic, especially on behalf of Vale, with a reduction of production, which was very drastic, and they should finish the year close to 300 million tons produced. For next year, they reduced the guidance for production by 60 million tons. They should be producing, in our opinion, about 335, 340 million tons next year. And this is a lot lower than the consensus expected. And this made iron ore prices go up. So for 2021, we continue to see the demand still pretty strong and still receiving the positive impact of the incentives that were done previously. So in regards to iron ore, when we think about Vale, besides the iron ore prices make the stocks very cheap compared to their own history and other Australian pairs. Vale could distribute very robust dividends next year. So
médio no ano que vem foi em torno dos $110.
Vale should be distributing dividends close to 7%. I say minimum because according to the dividends policy of the company, which is very clear, and this foreseeability also helps with the classification of the stocks with the reduction of volatility as well. And if you are considering the current iron ore that's $148 per ton, the return on dividends could go over 9%. And these are minimum dividends. So this is considering that Vale last month went up about 30%. So despite this increase, it's important to highlight also that the role of this investment is still cheap, comparing this with its own history and also comparing with competitors. From Klabin, we have two main pillars. The first is the recovery of the paper and pulp prices. Although this is gradual, it's a recovery that's happening. And in the last weeks, we have been able to be monitoring this recovery and some announcements on increases in prices by some players really help with this recovery. So the recovery has been a lot more gradual and low and slower than we expected. And the demand is not coming back as strong ever since that strong movement with the stocking and the demand normalized. And from the offer, the supply side, we are not seeing that much news in closing, especially in Europe, where you have the least efficient players that are closer to the marginal. So we haven't seen this kind of news. It's stronger. So prices are reluctant in resuming this recovery quicker. For next year, we believe in the recovery of paper and pulp of about $500 tons versus the 470 currently. And as a rule, the marginal cost of the industry should be about $500 per ton. And with pulp at about 470, about 20% of the industry of paper and short fiber is basically burning cash at these levels, and this is being transferred for over a year. Pulp is already operating below marginal costs of industry for over a year. So how much longer will these players or participants in the market that are less efficient stand this scenario of cash burning? So the capacities are going to be dropping throughout next year, and this could add on an important leverage for pulp prices. So this is the first pillar. Klabin is very well known by its packaging business. So 40% of the results of the economy already come due to pulp, but it's pretty much that. And this pillar of pulp is very important because you can't assess Klabin by not disconsidering this variable. Another pillar of our call is a strong performance of the paper and pulp and packaging market. So they report for the fourth consecutive month, and they reached October with about 360,000 tons. And they've defined another record in this month of October with a market that's been very strong. The pandemic and the quarantine have accelerated a lot of structural changes that were already incurred, such as e-commerce that was mentioned, and the delivery of food items. Some changes were accelerated throughout 2020. For 2021, we don't expect that the consumption of paper and packages will go back to levels of 2019. We believe in a situation of balancing this even behind above what we had in 2020 due to the fact that the demand is very strong. Besides this, we can see that throughout the years there's a transfer of costs, and with this, we can have a recovery in margins. And I think these are the main pillars in Vale and Klabin. Okay, bro, perfect. Moving on your behalf, what are the main top stocks for 2021? Starting off with the oil and gas sector, we have Petrobras. And to summarize, the first point is we have a positive perspective, and we can see this in the recovery that has better pricing. So the positive perspectives on oil prices. Then Petrobras, due to the pre-salt, which is a type of oil and gas asset that produces a lot, is being more and more resilient at low petroleum costs. So they produce a lot in the Santos Basin, and they don't have to reach such a high price to be able to reach the same return expected. So the third most important point is that next year we should have a lot of assets sold. We're estimating an investment plan for Petrobras, and with the total potential for generation between 89 and 115 billion reais after all of the tax payments on consumer goods, and we're estimating this about 4.6 and 5.9 per share. If all of the shares that we're listing are actually sold, and we haven't even listed all of the assets that they have been liquidating. So it's going to be a year with a lot of positive news for the company. Now in the electrical sector, to maintain coherence, our top tick is Omega Geração. It's a stock that not everyone knows about. It's an IPO from 2017. The ticket is OMG3, and it's focused exclusively on renewable energy sources, and they operate mainly in the wind power and solar power sectors. And we've seen some metrics in the current prices of the stocks. And this is a very active year for Omega. They had 2 important announcements of acquisitions in July and August in our platform, and we've been monitoring this and presenting this with a lot of details. There's a lot to grow. They have a 3.8 giga portfolio with over 50% of the capacity it has currently after the conclusion of the acquisition, and that they have to develop, and they're very coherent with the returns that they obtain with each of the assets they incorporate. So they're very conscious about generating value to these shareholders. And if they develop this portfolio of 3.8 giga in the return levels that they historically have been reaching, we are considering about 50 reais per share, which is not reflected in the price of the shares currently. So these are currently about 36, 37. So this is the main asymmetric scenario. It's really a company focused on generating value for shareholders, and that's why we are very convinced and convicted in this kind of investment. And additionally, this is a company that works in this segment with the renewable generation. It's the main name in the moment. It's very opportunistic for the company to be working in this sector, especially in an ESG area, and it also generates value to shareholders. Perfect. Thank you, Dani. To finish on your side, some of the favorite stocks for 2021. Well, I just switched my phone here to see if the audio gets better, but on my behalf, we basically have two. First is CIA, which is really in line with what we've already talked about, physical retail, that we believe it's a sector that's going to perform better. It was really harmed throughout this year. CIA we really like because although it has more of a positive macro trend, that's very positive. And there's also a lot of initiatives internally that they're implementing to improve logistics. And they've also launched a marketplace recently, which is Galeria CIA. So they have some digital initiatives. They also have the ship from store and click and collect in all of their stores. And they're implementing the infinite shelf and the shelf. And they have a lot of interesting initiatives that we think generate value. And they're negotiating their stocks at a very interesting multiple. They've been negotiating about 23-25% of discounts to all of the retail comparables. And if you take a look at Renner, they have 30% discount. So we understand it's a valuation that's very interesting. And our other call, which is has more of the sector trend, which is Pague Menos, and it's an investment that we see a lot of potential in. There's a lot of improvements and initiatives that should generate value and should be delivered and captured in the short run, as well as being benefited from what we mentioned from the more positive scenario in the pharmaceutical sector. And they also have a very interesting sector, which is clinic pharma. We mentioned the initial coverage recently, and there's a very complete report on this. And I think it would be interesting if whoever's interested could take a look at this on our platform to have greater details. And I think that's it. Thank you, Dani. Thank you, everyone. I think that we have a lot of names there that are potential, and we're taking a look at this in a very optimistic manner. And it's important to mention that we should look at our content platform, where we have complete content, also handling the other sectors we have an approach in this panel, as well as the main risks that investors must monitor in regards to these possible names and even sectors. So I think it's an important interpretation. So now I wanted to pass on the word to Anna. She will bring in some questions we have from the audience. So Anna, please. Okay, what a great panel. Very dense, full of information. And for people that like this topic, it was really full of relevant information. I just want to highlight that the website, conteúdos.com, has a lot of information for people that like this kind of topic. So we have some questions here. I've even selected one. So one question came that I'm thinking, what's the alternative of e-commerce companies without a physical store, such as Mercado Libre and Amazon Brazil? So maybe some acquisition has happened with Whole Foods. What do you think? Great question. Certainly, I believe this is a trend that is happening in a generalized manner. If you take a look at Alibaba, they are one of the biggest e-commerce companies in China and in the world. They recently bought or increased their stake to take on the control of a physical retailer, which is a department store. And so you can see that there's really this trend. At Amazon, they not only bought Whole Foods, but they also launched some store formats. They have like kiosks and shopping malls. They have Amazon Books and Amazon Go with supermarkets. And so I believe that these companies can choose to do this organically through these formats that are more directed to some subsegment, and also some kind of an M&A with some player, which is the case of Whole Foods or Alibaba with Sanart, which is the name of the company that they recently bought stakes in. So I think this is a natural trend. We should wait for the expect an M&A or an organic expansion in physical retail, which I believe will be not a differential anymore, but a need in the sector to be able to really supply the needs of a multi-channel customer. Really, this is very interesting, and we can see that this model works very well out of Brazil. Here we have some particular aspects. So let's see how these companies can work here, especially when we think about the logistics. If Amazon wants to adopt the same model that they use in the US of delivering so many products so quickly, we're going to have to modify all of our infrastructure. So there's a lot of things to monitor before thinking that we just have to think about the delivery to the final consumer. So then the other question is for Francisco from Wilson Marques, and he asks as well, despite the pandemic, why is there valorization of the stock exchange? This is a very good question. Sometimes people don't understand that the real economy is disconnected from the financial speculation, but I'll pass on the word to you, Francisco, so you can answer Wilson, please. It's a very good question. It's very relevant, and I think you brought this answer, Anna. The stock exchange does not necessarily reflect the composition of the real economy, and especially you have some prevalence of stocks focused on the export sector and commodities as well. And this is one of the points and so there's some so you see Magazine Luiza. So not necessarily will the stock reflect the composition of the real life economy, but it also incorporates many different, some of the best companies. So one of the things that happened this year was a certain concentration through this crisis, and this reflects in the stock exchange. I also wanted to highlight that this recovery of the stock exchange is very recent. It happened basically in the last month of November with a positive reaction of the stocks related to the oil sector, especially Petrobras, and also partial recovery in the bank sector. And I can give you some more details about the weight of the banks in this index. But of course, this is a big movement with a reversion in the average to capture, normalize what had dropped maybe excessively without major reasons for this. And this was one of the main points I wanted to highlight. But when we think about the up ahead, we even launched this in our report with another vision focus on the stock exchange. We've seen profits for the companies improving. And I think that the indicator really negotiates in regards to the forecast of profit. So growing forecast of profits would implies in the recovery of the Bovespa, which is also present in our report, led by Fernando Ferreira, our chief strategist, where you can take a look at this in greater detail. So maybe if you could just mention if I could just add on to one point, if you think about the portfolio in dollars, it's maybe not as interesting due to the currency. So maybe it's a very important factor when you consider the indicators, and we can see how each one performed in this common currency so that you can remove this currency impact in the performance. I think it's interesting to look at it in this way. Very good. Excellent point, Dani. I think Marcela had a final question. I will pass it on to her, but then I'll ask you guys to quickly make a final comment before we move on to the next panel. Great. I just wanted to take advantage of Chico and if you could talk about what are the main risks that you see for the sector and also for the names, right? So Petrobras or even Banco do Brasil. Danny, also, if you want to talk about this, I think it's extremely important with all of this optimism, and the investors as a whole need to be patient in regards to the risks. And from now on, I want to present my gratitude and for this excellent panel. It was excellent. Thank you very much. Well, I'll start off and then I'll pass on the word to Marcel. I think it's very interesting if everyone could please take a look at this. This is very important when you have investments in stocks. It's not free of risk. So first you have oil and gas. There are risks, of course, involved, which are phased out risks. You have short, mid, and long-term risks. So Petrobras in the short term, you have a volatility issue. You have volatility issue for oil costs in the short term due to this second wave of coronavirus cases, which could lead to the implementation of measures for restriction and maybe some increases in inventories. And we believe that in the short midterm, this will be normalized. And in a publicly held in a state company, you can never be free of the political risk. Each state company that's connected to the government has this kind of risk. And in regards to Petrobras, a very significant issue is the pricing of fuel. And it's very recent, this issue of Petrobras pricing these fuels with in line with international references. And this happened after the Pedro Parente took over in 2016 in October. Before this did not exist, and this would really harm the results of Petrobras. It generated billionaire losses that really weigh in the balance sheet of the company. So at every election, this is one of the main risks that can affect the company, although after they sell the refineries, half of the refineries will be substantially smaller. In the long run, you also have in the long run with the price of commodities and petroleum. So you can see this energy transfer issue, and we think that we'll have those that defended the wages when you the wagons when you had the 40. This is not the case, but I think it's going to be more of a gradual movement with the electrification and motorization of electrical vehicles. I think petroleum and oil is still going to have a life, but of course in the long run we'll have an energy transference process, but of course this would lead to other opportunities. Finally, in the electrical sector, I think that it's a sector that's really connected to the interest rate. So the fiscal issues really affect it because with the deteriorated fiscal scenario, this really affects the perspectives, and with the interest curve, there's more volatile pricing, and this affects the electrical sector stocks, and this can lead to volatility to maintain this risk level in regards to the real interest rates. So in the micro aspects, we have each of the company that will have some specific issues. So energy transmission, it does not have risks, but it's also the most expensive. Energy distribution still has a high default rate. The generation could also consider some occasional risk issues, since we're considering more of a stressed hydric scenario, and this will affect the hydropower plants, and we think that there should be a recovery in the short midterm. I'll pass it on to Marcel. Thank you, Gabriel. I think in the bank sector, the main risk is default rates. So just to remind you, the current moment is very artificial. You have the COVID Corona vouchers that are helping people a lot. And we also have the extensions and payment dates. So people that just had to start paying now for their monthly payments on installments of their real estate financing, and the economic situation is also with a loss of income. So although the impact has already been felt in the real economy, in the bank portfolio, has not been felt so well because of these factors that I mentioned previously. And our expectation is that the level of provisions made is adequate or close to be adequate. You may have the reversion of some provisions. There's always the possibility of default being worse than what we were expecting. So more people that don't have the conditions to pay for their commitments with banks. And what does this mean? It means that not only the banks will not be able to revert or reduce the level of provisions, but also will have a greater increase in provisions. And this will lead to deterioration in results and certainly could get in the way of this recovery of profits that we expect in the bank sector. So just to not be totally focused on credit, I believe that there is the issue of services, especially in retail. I think wholesale is very well defended, but when you have a volume of new entry players, this is very significant together with PIX, which is this new system from the central bank. The idea of limiting and adding a bit of the added value on the checkings account, we think that the revenue of services could deteriorate a lot quicker, especially due to the high level of engagement with PIX. And finally, as we think about Banco do Brasil specifically, the political risk is the biggest that we've imagined. So even with governance issues, there are more agendas to protect minority shareholders that the bank has to defend and protect. But when there's a preference, the profitability of the bank dropped and the minority shareholders were harmed to the detriment of the government. So Brazil actually had a bigger result. And in this previous government, there was a profitability of about 6%. This has been improving throughout time. Brazil left a profitability of 2% in 2018 to 16%. And there's always this risk. And that's it. Great. So on my behalf, I think the risks are also in the short run. This second wave is clearly an issue. The restrictions in operation hours and shopping malls could impact the recovery of the demand that we have been seeing in the sector for clothing and accessories as people were feeling more comfortable to going back to shopping malls. But we believe that this is a transitional issue and we are seeing news from the vaccines and distribution more present. So this could, of course, impact in the short term, but I think investors will be more concerned with this trend of 2021 or this short-term period that's a little more difficult still. And then the issue with the COVID Corona voucher, we also don't have visibility of the impact specifically or the magnitude of our sectors and subsectors. So eventually this could be more important than what we expected. And of course, this could be a point from the macro perspective and also the aspect that it's very much related to economic recovery. So if we go to a crisis period that Marcel mentioned, of course, this will impact consumption and this will consequently reflect on retail. This is not our base scenario, but it is a risk. And then finally, about the two cases, I think that the main risk in both cases is really the implementation because both of them have an important role in improvement of the initial internal initiatives. And if they have some kind of a difficulty and are not able to deliver this, this will harm our positive or optimistic vision. So on my behalf, that's pretty much it. Thank you for everything. Excellent. This panel was great, full of very relevant information. I would like to thank you all for participating. Thank you, Marcela, Gabriel, Marcel, and Yuri. Thank you so much for your participation. But now we will move on to our chat session. I want to invite all of you that are listening to us, please like our videos if you're liking this content. And we're really discussing these perspectives for next year. And don't forget to sign up here on our YouTube channel on XP Investments so you don't miss out on more content up ahead. So now let's move ahead. We're going to set up our next session, which is about investments, international investments, investments that are really the focus of what we've been talking about now. So after we've spoken so much about these sectors in Brazil, we should also complement our understanding of our portfolio of investments with BDRs, investment funds, COIs, and ETFs, and how to choose. Well, we will now invite to be part of this chat session the CIO of XP Private, Arthur Wickman. Good evening, Anna. How's it going? Thank you for accepting this invitation to participate. Well, we also have Fabiano Sintra as a guest, which is a specialist in international funds at XP. Thank you for your participation, Fabiano. Good evening, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. We also have Guilherme Giserman. He's an international strategist specialist from XP to be part of this panel as well. Giserman, we can't hear you. Thank you, Anna. Good evening. Well, let's go to the vignette. Well, great. And now we're going to start off with 3 very relevant names for this international topics. I would like us to start off with Arthur explaining a bit about the global panorama and the importance of us really looking at global investments as well. He's the CIO of Private, and he works with customers that have a very important relevance. And why do these people already look at the international scenario, and why are we now able to, after the Giserman and Fabiano speech, also understand why this is very important for everyone that would like to have a very healthy portfolio? Well, thank you for this question. First of all, let's demystify this. When people think about international investments, they make a mistake frequently. So they say, I'm going to invest out of Brazil because I'm pessimistic with Brazil. But this is a huge mistake because it's complementary to any investment portfolio in Brazil. And it helps you to look at the risk of return ratio in a better way. So 2 important points. Brazil does not have the monopoly of good companies. So it makes sense for our investors to have access to some of the best success histories. To be an investor in Nestlé, Coca-Cola, Nike is also good. So you're capturing all of this process of creating riches that has been happening throughout the last decades in these big successful companies of global capitalism that are becoming greater and greater and more successful. So the second point from the perspective of geographic diversification is that you're seeing something very interesting happen in the past 10 to 15 years in the market. We've shifted our standards for creating riches. So when you think about how we were creating riches in the past, it was connected to property of fixed assets. So maybe you had a mine, or like in the previous panel, you had a petrol station. Nowadays, you see some of the biggest and most valuable companies in the world. They all have a common characteristic. They are companies with an intellectual capital, or they're companies of ideas in all of the geographies practically. So unfortunately, this is very underrepresented in Bovespa. We've seen in the previous panel that Bovespa has a lot of advantages as an index, but also some disadvantages in regards to sector presentation, which does not represent the Brazilian GDP, but also does not represent this process of creation of ideas that's happening outside of Brazil, and health sectors, technology sectors that are really underrepresented at Bovespa. So when we think about investments abroad, I think this is very complementary, and it really fits in the portfolio that has Brazil, and it really improves the risk return ratio for any portfolio. Excellent. I think that besides this, another point that people need to understand is that this diversification provides protection besides the diversification and the profitability. I think this is very important, and you've highlighted some excellent characteristics. And before Fabiano talks about other products, I would like Guilherme to explain what is the relevance of these companies that work more relevantly with intellectual capital, and what does this represent in practical terms? Great, Alna. And I really agree with what Arthur mentioned initially. It's not just because Brazil is bad that you have to invest outside. No, that's not the message. It's that the world is very big. And first of all, we're looking at what the world is like outside. Brazil's 2% of the global GDP, 1% of the exports. When you see publicly held companies, you have about 330 companies that are publicly held in Brazil. And you have 43,000 in the world and like 5,000 in the US. So when you think about liquidity in Brazil, when you're negotiating about $5 billion in Brazil, you have over $200 billion in the US. So if you think of Apple, it's 3 times all of the Brazilian stock exchange. So why are you going to invest only in Brazil? So I think it starts out from here. Of course, there's some complementarity. So you have healthcare technology and other exposures that you don't have in Brazil. And a lot of the topics that really deliver growth in the last decade, such as technology, has, if we take a look at S&P, there has been very reasonable development and performance. So the tech sector had basically double this in regards to expansion, and profits is pretty much triple. So where are these stories? Well, most of them are in the US. Some of them are in China or in other places, but most of them are in the technology sector. And then you have the subsectors with subtopics. So this intersection of technology and health, you have biotechnology, you have games, you have esports, which is even greater than the music and entertainment or music and cinema markets. And this is growing a lot more even than traditional sports. And so all of these subtopics are present and they're represented up ahead abroad. And in Brazil, sometimes you don't have that much exposure. So we try to map out what are the main trends and growth in the world. So streaming, 5G, and electric vehicles, autonomous driving, digital commerce, electronic payments, and ESG, and even aerospace trips. And all this is represented by major companies abroad. And it's difficult to not talk about the things, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, and Google leading these kind of trends. You have Tesla coming in as the sixth biggest player in S&P, even going over Yorkshire from Warren Buffett, and revolutionizing some of these aspects of the market. So this kind of innovation you see more abroad. And this is related to intellectual property, and even is the main topic of the commercial war with China and the US. They're really disputing this technology hegemonics, and where you find these kind of exposures with major growth, which are targets for global disputes. You don't find that so much here. You find that in the US, in Europe, and China. And I think that's pretty much it. So it's important for us to identify where the growth stories are and position ourselves accordingly. Perfect. There's a topic even from Nielsen. He's waiting for some recommendation on international investments at XP Expert. And today we're talking with 3 experts so you can understand what's worth it for your investment portfolio when we're talking about international diversification. So as we talk about Geiserman's each last speech, China and the US are the main countries that represent this capital, this intellectual capital that Arthur previously mentioned. So Fabiano, is there any kind of accessible investment in the Brazilian market that brings in this possibility for allocation to investors in Brazil? Good evening, Anna. Good evening, everyone. And the answer is yes. Today we already have a platform that's complete, very broad for Brazilians to be able to invest abroad. And I think people are finally getting the message, and there's no point in being limited to a little puddle. As Gizerman represented, Brazil represents only 2% of the worldwide GDP. We have another 98% to explore all around the world. Over 50,000 companies that are publicly held in the world. So there's a lot of opportunities abroad that are not being understood as well as they should be, and we have the possibility to explore these. So XP already has over 80 opportunities and possibilities. It's a full menu, It's very diversified with a lot of different areas and geographies and different asset class categories. So credit funds, fixed income, for all of the different tastes. And for these two topics, like in the US and China, we have international funds that start off with 100 reais. So it's democratic, it's accessible, with currency exposure. You have the dollar variation, but there's also the version protected in reais. So we're already rupturing a myth that investing out of Brazil does not necessarily need to lead to currency exposure. You can have this kind of investment protected by reais without a currency variation. So the answer is yes, China, US, and a lot more opportunities in Asia and in Europe that are theme-based for technology, global health, which is the year where everyone's really concerned with their health. So there's a universe of possibilities that can be explored for the overall public and qualified investors as well. So excellent. So all you need to do is search for products on XP's website. There are a lot of different products that are accessible, and the idea is that we can talk about funds, BDR, ETF, and COIs. But before we get into each of these specific products, I have a question for Arthur. How do you imagine this issue, the currency issue? We see that most analysts have already priced this increase, so we do not visualize an increase in the dollar rate, but of course we can't have a super precise forecast in regards to this. Nothing is completely precise, but is there a possibility for investors that don't have dollars in their portfolio to invest in products that are dollarized? Because when we think about ETFs and BDRs, this is naturally mirrored in the profitability. So in your perspective, do you think that it still makes sense for Brazilians to search for investments that are connected to dollars? Yes, it makes total sense. Not only the dollar, but other currencies as well. First of all, in regards to the currency, there was a professor of mine that would say that currency was created to teach humility to economists. So when you have a forecast on currency, it's very difficult. But one thing I may state for sure, if you do not have any kind of currency exposure in your portfolio, I think you're not really exposed. In Brazil, on average, Brazilian investors have what we call the domestic bias, the extreme domestic bias, highly allocated in Brazil. And what the currency is exposing outside and can add on to your value is that normally currency is negatively related to risk. You have a shock, the stock market drops, and there's a depreciation. So you have a natural bumper. And this doesn't always happen. It doesn't always work like this. Sometimes vectors are working against you, but it does help you in the more drastic shocks. It helped you in March, April this year to go through these shocks that we experienced with the closing of the economies, and the stock market drops, but then the currency has a depreciation, and then it's almost like you have a natural buffer. And this is a relatively cheap hedge and relatively efficient manner for you to reduce risks in your portfolio. In regards to the timing, it really depends on appetite for each person. So I think that in regards to the level of currency, the Brazilian currency depreciated a lot. It had depreciated a lot more when it reached almost 6, almost a 20% depreciation above all of our emerging pairs. And now with this resuming process, it's more depreciated than most of our pairs. And we still have a superávit that's in the checkings account. So that means that it's only reaching depreciation now if we make like a huge mistake. We have the exit of cash, which is probably going to come due to some kind of a fiscal mistake. So I wouldn't focus that much on the timing. I think we need to have a percentage in regards to our risk aversion in assets that are not related to the real. You know that me and Fabiano, whenever we have an international fund launched, I ask him what is the exposure, and I say, wow, I'm going to take advantage and invest in this international fund in dollars, because like, oh, I invest in reais in Brazil, but I even have the same exposure as the manager who says, no, you should not do this, Anna. The dollar's already stretched out too much. but I'm gonna buy the option that's more hedged. So let's see who makes more money in the same strategy, the guy that has the dollar or the guy that doesn't have the dollar. So we're pretty much at this kind of exposure level. So Fabiana, I wanted you to actually add on to this idea, and that you could talk about the products that are not exclusive to qualified investors, and that our audience can really help understand possibilities of exposure to start off this diversification of international portfolios. Well, Anna, I don't know who's going to win more, you or me. But your portfolio will have a lot more diversification and less volatility for sure. When I was talking to Arthur a little before, you saw that the dollar is an element that really contributes to this diversification. And so when the risk goes up and the dollar protects you, you'll probably have a less turbulent flight. So we've really been struggling here in XP to be able to democratize access to international funds and internationalize investments for Brazilians and reduce this bias, that's the domestic bias. It's very dangerous, and this unproportional preference for our home country, which is a natural bias, but it doesn't make sense, although we love Brazil. It doesn't make sense to invest more than 99% in our own country and neglect this huge scope of possibilities abroad. So we have been bringing to general investors in a very accessible manner without having to open up checking accounts abroad. And they have access to some of the best markets in the world. So some examples are the American Stock Exchange, the biggest economy in the world, and also the trend in the stock exchange in the US is available on the XP platform and the real and dollar version with investments from 100 reais on. So it's replicating the main index, which is the S&P 500 with the 500 biggest companies in the US. And you're going to have a diversification per sector, per company. It's going to really reflect on the stock market in the US. And another topic that's been searched for a lot, along with this American Stock Exchange, is the Chinese Stock Exchange. So China is no longer an exotic asset. It's one of the basic items in our portfolio. Let's remember that China is the second greatest in the world. And it's going to be packaged in 2020 now, even in the pandemic year. It should be one of the only countries that's going to end the year in a positive situation with demographic exposure in the middle class and consumption power and the power to innovate and produce, consolidated with as a major provider of technological products all over the world. So the Chinese stock exchange trend is going to give you exposure to 600 major mid-size and big companies and in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. So China is also a topic that from 100 reais on, general investors can have this kind of exposure with a strategy that has no currency variation. So it's protected for reais. And that's how we decided to bring this. Another very important topic it was already a trend before the pandemic is a technology trend now with this migration of the real economy to the digital economy. A lot of the technology companies are more highlighted with even more potential. And the technology trend reflects this group of companies in the US and in other places in the technology sector. So from 100 reais on, any investor can already position himself in this sector and this theme that is so important in the world. And it's still in the stock exchange world. I want to highlight the trend of global stock exchange from 100 reais on with a currency protection. So that's basically going to explore some different stocks all around the world, and also the ESG global trend that focuses on the companies that have these three little letters, which is environmental, social, and governance. ESG, that have responsible practices and they monitor their impacts and mitigate impacts and adopt the best practices. So this fund really filters and selects these kind of companies that really have a good score on these aspects related to social governance and environmental aspects. Global health is another topic everyone's really concerned with this year with the vaccine as well. So the health trend is going to really explore these companies in the pharmaceutical sector and the health sector overall. And finally, I wanted to mention the female leadership trend, which also monitors the companies that have gender equality, that have the presence of women in the leadership and companies in the board, and also in the board. So the companies that have this kind of gender equality of women in leadership have a good score, and the trend of female leadership will select this group of companies that really stand out in this aspect. So you can see the topics are arriving with so many different possibilities, and we have really struggled to design this with our team, our funds team, to bring in more possibilities in this menu. Great. So later on, we'll get back to this topic with products. And I think it's important to get into a bit more of this macro scenario. We talked about China and the US and everything that Fabiano mentioned, that China could maybe overcome the US before 2030, which is a calculation made by the World Forum, and it said that the GDP in China will overcome the GDP in the US but till 2028. But when we think about the GDP metrics, we see a lot of the expenses. We don't just see an evolution of development. It could be even a questionable metric, but no doubt China will is growing a lot more than the US. But another point that also makes sense to mention here is that is the emerging countries, because we really talk about the US and China, but we've also noticed how the pandemic really affected the emerging countries in a different manner, and how the recovery of the pandemic is also being different in regards to this. So I wanted you to explain a bit about this in the global scenario, taking a look at Brazil, India, South Africa, Mexico, Turkey, and what are we looking at as XP investments for these emerging countries? Excellent point, Anna. We've seen a trend shift. So we've seen the technology sectors being more defensive. So what we call the fintech sector, but also communication and besides health, and kind of leaving in a more unaffected manner, and some subsectors benefiting from this. And what we've noticed is really a shift for companies in the older economy. And some of these suffered more during the pandemic, such as tourism or materials. And regionally, when we think about geographically speaking, the emerging markets, such as commodity producers and the financial sector as a whole. So with this shift, with some locations and regions that are kind of left behind, that started recovering from a few weeks back, and this should continue to improve in the short and midterm. And you have really good business that maybe didn't have their structural thesis compromised, and that tend to recover as the economy reopens. And with the vaccine already becoming a reality, we're seeing 3 vaccines or even more that could reach the market in the first semester of next year. And this guarantees a more stable economic reopening. And so this opens up room for the recovery of the real economy. And this is something that we've already seen in the stock exchange in these first sectors that I mentioned. And we're noticing this recovery in the real economy in sectors that suffered a bit more. And with this, what we should see, especially in the beginning of next year, is really this strong trend for emerging countries, this financial sector, and we can really notice the recovery of these assets that suffered more. But considering the structural long-term and the companies that were the same ones that were still already prepared for this new reality of digitalization and the offline online shift way before the pandemic, we could consider even. And they are the same ones that will be best positioned to be able to capture all of these structural changes up ahead. And in the short and midterm, we can see a shift to emerging markets. And then, of course, we have some that are more that are best positioned, such as Mexico and the US, and others that are maybe worse positioned when it comes to politics and economy, such as Argentina, Turkey, and some that were better than others. Putting this in a basket, sometimes it's difficult to generalize this. The emerging markets should be benefited from this, which is even pretty difficult because China is pretty much 40% of this, and China's already pretty much like a different animal. They stand out a lot more than the average in the emerging markets, and the growth rhythm is already pretty different, but it's part of this emerging market group. And China, no doubt, is a candidate that's very well positioned to go through this recovery process. It's going to be the only major economy that had GDP growth in a year and significant representative approach in technology after the US and some Asian countries. It's one of the ones that has most significant representativity, such as Alibaba, Tencent, and others. Great, very good. So it's the only country where we're going to see positive GDP growth. We're going to be recovering, but we still see all of these at negative levels in a major scale. But Arthur, I have a question for you now. When you think about BDRs and TFs and COIs, because Fabiano talked about funds so much, I wanted you to talk about this difference in products and what investors can find in each of these allocations. What do you think needs to exist in a portfolio of healthy investments? Well, I think the first thing that must exist in a healthy investment portfolio is good diversification. So it's always good to take a look and say, look, if I had bought Tesla's stocks a year ago, check out how it multiplied by 4. But then diversification at the end of the day always works. So I think the first thing investors need to search for is a bit of diversification. Guilherme talked about the rotation and from the old sectors to the new sectors, but let's have an exercise here. I wouldn't abandon the new sectors in this sense because I believe that let's think about our consumption basket 13 years ago. And why 13 years ago? Because the iPhone has 12 years of existence, but we would consume a set of services and goods. Nowadays, we consume Netflix, Disney Plus, we consume WhatsApp, health services. So now let's imagine from now to another 13 years, we're going to consume a lot more of digital goods. So you have a portfolio that's benefiting from this. And the amount of knowledge we consume is basically doubling. And you have this portfolio of companies that are able to coordinate this new valuable input that really makes sense in my opinion. Like, oh, well, Arthur, does it also make sense to have part of your traditional assets? Yes. We have a series of comparatives like agribusiness, I mean, you mentioned, iron ores, paper and pulp. So if you set up a portfolio with some sectors that have a structural growth, and some sectors that are capable of recovering in this major global reinflation process that we're going through, let's not forget that we should always imagine the macro background. We suffered the most acute shock we've ever suffered in the past 100 years. And the central banks are trying to reinflate the global economy with a lot of cheap money. So this will make the real assets continue to reprice this with the attempts of the reinflation and the central banks. So the real assets include commodities. You may have a new mini cycle of commodities. And so if you have a portfolio that has diversification in business and also from the regional perspective, we talked about Asia a lot and we talked about China as a topic as well. But Asia has something that's very interesting. They were able to create major global franchises for technology. So, as Guilherme mentioned, like, oh, when you talk about Alibaba and Transit, we're going to talk about Samsung and Korea semiconductors. Okay, Taiwan and China is not China, but let's not get into this political discussion. But Asia was able to create major global franchises that are competitive and leaders in their sectors. So you have a portfolio through BDR. It depends on what your taste is for exposure with KOI. What do you have to create in your portfolio? So is it a portfolio of good companies and assets that are diversified regionally? Very good. Yeah, because there's no point in just having the investor thinking that he has the BDR of product A or B and it's diversified, but at the end of the day, maybe he's just allocated in the same sector, in the same economic sector. I remember when I was an investment advisor, I would talk to some investors and said, hey, let me look at your portfolio. Let's see if it's diversified. I said, yes, it's very diversified. I have a CDB from Bradesco, from Santander. From Itaú, I said, you're not diversified. You're just switching the risk of the market or the credit risk, right, of the institution that you're investing in, but the market risk you're not. So wait a minute. And then to be able to move towards the end of our chat session, I would actually like to encourage all of you guys. You can see how we can, and that way you can finish this session and really understand what are the best international investments for your portfolio are. So I have a question for Fabiano. Fabiano talked about his funds and I wanted him to talk about the ETF markets, the BDRs, and COIs for Brazilian investments. Investing out of Brazil, first of all, does not need to, you don't have to have a bank account abroad, which is really good. I've talked about funds already that access a local fund that will set up this bridge to the 5-star funds abroad, but we also have some options for investments that are listed. So the BDRs recently were made available to the overall public. I think this was big progress for the country and very empowering for Brazilian investors. And then you have the ETFs. If you're not familiar with these are the funds that are listed. So we have some examples of international funds listed, or you just have to type in the ticker in the home broker, which is XPX. These are two different ETFs of two different management companies, but that maybe give you exposure to the American Stock Exchange. What we've seen now is that we have more international ETFs arriving, and also the release of new products or indexes being brought to Brazil through a BDR and GTF format. So what's the message here? You have more possibilities or more instruments to promote this kind of international exposure. So this is gonna be consolidated. So you have more and more tools arriving for Brazilians to be able to leave this kind of provincial dynamic, focusing just in our internal market and exploring this ocean of opportunities abroad. So we've talked about funds, we've talked about BDRs, which are the companies that are listed here in the Brazilian Stock Exchange. We are already expanding to the BDRs and GDFs internationally that are also arriving in Brazil. ETFs that also give us international exposure, and also the COIs. So I'm gonna invite Giserman, my colleague. I think he's a specialist and he will have a lot more depth and knowledge to talk about this instrument. Thank you, Fabiano. Well, I think it's always good to give us a bit of the scenario, and I'm always in line with uh, everything that Arthur has been talking about, some technology trends. So you have some consumption trends 13 years ago, for example, and you can see clearly everything that has been changing. And with this, I think it's also important to address if this is going to continue, right? A common question is, well, what about this growth up ahead? Is it going to continue? Since we've seen the FEMs, for example, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, the five main S&P names, going from 1 trillion to 7 trillion in the past 8 years. And this is the time that Facebook has been listed. That already represents 1/4 of S&P 500, and they've taken on continental proportions. They're greater than the GDP of all of Latin America, or even the sum of all of the countries listed, such as France, Germany, Italy, and Mexico. So this represents the main trends. So now they bought it now it's worth 190 billion. And when Facebook performed 90 acquisitions, they bought Instagram with for 1 billion. Now it's worth 300 billion. They bought WhatsApp for 20 billion, and now it's worth 90 billion. They could continue to have these successful acquisitions with over 500 billion in cash that they have added up, and there's always new vehicles for innovation. If you take a look at Tesla, for example, they've been growing ever since the IPO and valued by 25,000%. And just this year, it grew 600,000. Elon Musk became the second richest man on earth because they deliver solutions that we don't even think we need in a very efficient and accessible manner to society. And they also have this interest in doing what's almost considered impossible. So with SpaceX, they were able to put in a spaceship for a fraction of the traditional trip. So he put in the first autonomous vehicle shifting lanes, which was considered something almost impossible. He included the electric vehicle, and that solved the problem with batteries. So we always wake up on the next day and we find out that there's some new business they've launched or that they've improved. And this integrates growth and it increases productivity, inflation, brings in a lot of benefits, and then the stocks are compensated. So I'm not mentioning a case that Tesla is going to continue to grow at this rhythm, or that such and such company will. We know that this is not a guarantee for future performance, but I'm just giving you a case and showing you how innovation and growth that come from this technology sector, especially in the US, are very strong and should continue in this sense. So that's why the positioning in this type of business model and this kind of asset is going to be more and more important. Interesting. And now to add on, just to talk about the Koi, which was a product that we didn't get into too many details about. Just to summarize, it is a structured operation number that gives investors access to markets that they would not be able to access without the suffering volatility of this kind of asset. So there are many different kinds of COEs, and the most common are these that work with protected capital. So for people that have the opportunity or interest in investing in assets that have volatility without suffering with this, can search for this kind of Koi. The BDRs are big investment opportunities for Brazilian investors to have access to global companies without having to be limited by the management companies. So you can choose the company you want, which is what happens in these investment funds when you have a specialist managing this for you. And then you have the ETFs, which are the more passive products that consider the indexes, such as, for example, the ETF of MSA in China and of others, global indicators. So Fabiano mentioned also the SPX E11, which are ETFs for the same kind of asset, which S&P 500, which is the North American Stock Exchange. And that was overcome by NASDAQ, especially when we look at these big technology companies. Then we have some questions here for you. To finish this issue with Tesla, I think Danielle Gavioli asked you to talk about this company. Gizeman's also just talked about some interesting topics. And so if anyone's interested in learning more about Tesla, it's a company that's always in the 60-second report made by Gizeman. And you can have access to this report at content.xpi.com.br. A question was created for Fabiano. Felipe didn't even know that this person would be here personally and physically to answer this question. So the question is, XP will be launching the trending European Stock Exchange fund. Yes, it's already in the oven, and we should be launching this year still. Also from 100 reais on, you'll be able to have access to the main European stocks. And what's the difference to investors if they're an investor of the European Stock Exchange fund or buying an ETF from the Euro Stock? Well, it's very similar. The difference is that the trend is a passive fund, and there's the rules and the regulation of the application, and there's a quota that's disclosed at the end of the day. It's a traditional fund, but the ETF, the Euro Stocks, it's listed on the stock exchange. So there's a variable price on the screen, the home broker, and the intraday as well. So at the end of the day, both are searching for the same objective, which is giving you some return that's closest to the European index, but both structures of products are naturally different. Well, now I have a question for you. Do you consider triple active investments as part of a international installment on portfolio? How do you consider the correlation of this market with others? Great question. And I was hoping that I'd be able to run from this because crypto coins are very difficult. It's a difficult topic in your question. So let's consider that currency is already digital. Everyone says, oh, I want to invest in a digital coin, or cryptocurrency. Well, they're already digital. So the discussion is if you want to invest in a currency that is not centralized or in one that is centralized, where the control is on the cloud or in the algorithm, or if you want to issue something that was launched by a central bank. And I see value in having a currency that cannot be printed infinitely. So what are banks doing now? They're printing trillions and trillions of colorful paper. These color papers are like $3 trillion that have already been increased in the balance of the central bank in the US. So while as a real asset, as a currency that cannot be printed, I think the cryptocurrency has its value, but I'm a little afraid because once a cryptocurrency becomes used, so it becomes a reference unit and it becomes an exchange means. My great concern is they can have the monetary authority saying, no, I'm the one regulating this currency. It's not some algorithm or cloud. I'm the regulator, so I will regulate this currency. And the benefit of having a decentralized currency is going to disappear instantly. So China is thinking of launching a digital currency or coin that's centralized. So in this case, so my main concern in regards to crypto coins is that the people that buy it and say, oh, I'm protected by the actions of the central banks, maybe one day they'll wake up and say, hey, I'm sorry, but the central banks are going to start to regulate this market as well. I'm afraid of this, and I'm sure that the cryptocurrencies trade as a risk asset. So if the stock exchange goes up, it goes up, and if not, it drops. But in this sense, it does not reduce the portfolio risk as much. I like this opinion. I think like you do, because in my opinion, the crypto assets became an option for investments, one more option. With this kind of a non-regulated attempt, it became a currency that initially participated in a speculation process even before it became an actual means for exchange. So there are some facilities that accept Bitcoins or whatever coins for currency. Yes, there are, but it's still not an exchange means. It's still not a monetary option, really. And so people speculate on top of a currency that is still not globally accepted or globally used. So I liked your opinion in regards to, well, if one day it becomes an actual currency, it's going to have to be regulated. We can't just use a currency that's not going to be regulated. Let's imagine, for example, the central bank says the Selic is at 2%, and then for some reason the rate of a crypto coin is different, and we all start investing in a crypto coin or whatever. And the central bank is going to say, wait, I determine the monetary policy. I depend the cost of capital. I determine the interrelationship of currency. So how are you going to do this now? And this is going to make me lose control of the monetary policy. I think this is hard to conceive. I liked your point of view. Very good. Thank you very much. Now we have one more question for each of you here. Fabiano, it's your turn. This is from Nielsen. What's the disadvantage of investing in the China's stock exchange trend? Is there any kind of currency that it leaves us exposed to Hammond? Since these are the first steps, we are just entering China with the trend of the Chinese stock exchange from 100 reais on. But we've also just launched an active fund, as you've mentioned, Anna, where you have a specialized team choosing the best investments, which is JP Morgan. China A is a stock fund with JP Morgan managing this. The Chinese trending stock exchange is for qualified investors. Both do not have exposure to the Chinese currency, because we believe initially that the first step should reflect exposure to Chinese stock in the portfolio than the currency embedded. The RMB of the Chinese currency is not always present in the portfolios. Of course, you have the dollar, the euro, but maybe this is not in our perspective. Still already the moment to have this huge demand. So that's why we started off with these two, we would be able to bring in more options with this kind of exposure. Yeah, that makes sense. And even because when we think about this domestic bias, the Brazilians that are born in Brazil that make money in reais, they want to invest in the Brazilian market. And when they look up ahead abroad, when they think about the currency, if they're starting to invest on their own, now looking at the dollar is already a good first step. And when you're used to this volatility, maybe you can move on to some next attempt. So I would like you to investments even on this, so you can bring some strategies so that we don't have to be confused with this all the time. So now we have a question for Giseman, and that's from Andre Santos Barges. He said, I'm not sure if it's the right moment. What do you think about the IPO of Airbnb? Do you think that would be the next opportunity to invest and have a lot of profits in the long run? Well, following Arthur's comment, I thought I would be able to escape this Airbnb's IPO. The Airbnb is means to reinvent itself. They went through a very delicate moment during the crisis. Everything closed down, reservations dropping, and then they started renting some properties in the countryside and areas that people were going to, like beaches and other areas that people were trying to run away from the pandemic and stay. And that's how they were able to reinvent themselves and once again go back to growth. So it's admirable, this capacity for them to innovate. And there are companies in the same sector comparables and direct or indirect competitors that might be more established sources, and such as the booking, which is kind of like a monopoly, a natural monopoly, that was able to set up like a critical mass. There is a really big user base with a loyalty program that once we have the reopening of the economy should reach recovery positively. And I think this is a business model that's a lot more Spartan style with cost controls that's done a lot better than what we have in regards to information about what we can see up until now with the proposal and the philosophy of business for Airbnb. And it seems to be kind of like a better play to capture this tactile moment or strategy moment with a more long-term positioning. So I think we need to have more information about Airbnb. We've seen the last piece of information that the IPO could even have 25% more or 27% above the rate determined. So I think there are many issues involved, and as a business model, in regards to the management of the addressable market, I believe that there's some more consolidated players that are more solid to have this kind of positioning. But I believe we need to take a better look at this and have more information as to how this will go to market and what kind of information this is going to provide. Thank you so much for your opinion, and thank you for Arthur Fabiano's contributions in these last 50 minutes, almost 1 hour, that we were talking about global investments. I hope that, well, I would like to invite you all to give us a like here. When the video has a lot of likes, YouTube notices that they can refer this kind of content to other people. So we believe this is a topic that is really interesting for you and very important for the evolution of all of your investment portfolios as well. Now, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to all three of you. Thank you very much. And you continue here because the event hasn't finished. Yes, exactly, Anna. Now I'll have a little sign here once again about diversification. Great panel, Arthur, Fabiano, Guilherme, Anna. After this great session, I wanted to know who already started looking at the abroad and including this in their portfolio. Arthur is talking about complementary investments and the risk return ratio. XP has been bringing in lots of different alternatives for people that are starting to invest and that want to monitor this global growth. And now we're moving towards our last panel. During these 2 days, we were able to analyze and prospect these possibilities, as well as talk about our economic scenario. And now we're going to be talking about the visions from 2 managers. So we've invited the CEO of RPS Capital, Paulo Gisora. Good evening, Paulo. Good evening, Clara. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations on this event. Hello, Clara. Good evening, Paulo, Thiago. It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome, Marcos. Thank you, Clara. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. And to mediate this session with these 2 specialists, we're going to bring Thiago Salomão from
Boa
Stock
noite,
Speaker.
Clara, tudo bom? Obrigado
Good
aí
evening.
pela missão aí de fazer a mediação com esses
Thank you
três
for this
grandes nomes do
mediation
mercado.
opportunity with these three main names in the market. Let's start off our chat session, but before, let's look at our vignette with the topic of this panel.
Okay.
Bom, boa noite a todo mundo que está acompanhando o encerramento desse evento.
Following along in the closing of our event.
Depois de tanta gente boa falando desse Brasil 2021 em debate.
Speaking about this Brazil 2021 debate,
nada de ficar falando 2021.
We're going to not talk about 2021.
2020 esse ano deu um azar danado, então
this 2020 gave us so much bad luck. So
hoje a gente vai falar com três grandes gestores que têm visões bem distintas, maneiras bem distintas de atuar no mercado. Eu até vou apresentá-los e já vou conduzir a conversa conforme essa diferença, né, de olhar o mercado. A primeira pessoa, o Mário Toros, da Ibiúna Investimentos. A Ibiúna é uma casa muito focada em macroeconomia, eles também têm lá estratégias, tanto o Mário quanto o Rodrigo, os fundadores, têm uma experiência, uma passagem bem importante no Banco Central, onde eles acumularam muitas reuniões de política monetária e carregam isso como grande diferencial deles. Nesse ano, acabou se provando muito acertada essa estratégia, eles foram muito bem nesse ano de 2020. E do outro extremo, tem o Marcos Peixoto, da XP, nosso, vamos dizer, o representante raiz do Stock Pickers, né? Um cara que olha muito para o micro, está sempre focado ali no preço importa das ações. E no meio do caminho dos dois, tem o Paulo, que tem toda a sua experiência em ações, mas faz uma análise mais top-down, né? Uma análise mais de cima para baixo. Então, dá para dizer que ele mistura bem ali o macro e o micro. Então, a gente tem um super macro, que é o Mário, bem focado em micro, que é o Peixoto, e o Paulo fazendo ali os 50 tons de cinza ali entre os dois. Então, como a gente tem essa ordem de grandeza, e a ideia é falar da visão para 2021, eu queria que o Mário começasse falando da visão macro que ele tem aí para os mercados. Eu sei que até um tempo atrás, tanto ele como o Rodrigo estavam com uma visão bem mais cautelosa para o Brasil, né? Uma visão relativamente pessimista, mas faz um tempo, não sei se já deu uma atualização nisso. Depois a gente vai para o Paulo, que vai trazer um pouquinho de como encaixar esse macro ali nas análises de ações. E aí, por último, o Peixoto faz ali mostra um pouquinho do seu stock picking, já tendo todo esse pano de fundo macro. E aí depois a gente vai trazendo para perguntas e respostas conforme a audiência consegue. Eu também já tenho um monte aqui, já estou avisando. Não gastem tudo agora, a gente tem muita coisa para perguntar. Mas, bom, devido às apresentações feitas, Mário, passo a palavra para você. A visão de Mário Toros para 2021.
Again, thank you. Good evening to everyone. To our spectators who are following along with us at this late hour, without eating dinner yet, probably, with an agenda to talk a little bit about what we see for 2021. But in fact, it's a very opportune moment to think about what's going to be happening. Let's see what's going to happen in 21. The market, in fact, is pricing 21 into its prices. Before beginning, in Ibiúna in general, we see Brazil, and I think it's interesting to talk about Brazil. How is Brazil doing in the world? We rarely take a position in Brazil based only on the perspectives of the idiosyncrasies, local idiosyncrasies. We see how the country is placed in the world and how we can impact on what's happening, I think, in the most intense way in the world. Since the end of the American elections, in the beginning of November, we start to price a new world into the market, which is the world of 2021. From the standpoint of the market, you're already in 2021. So what world is this that the markets are looking at and see? It's the after the pandemic world, the post-pandemic world. In real life, we see a second wave of the virus, which is very clear. In Brazil, it's also happening. It is a reality here. You just have to look around you and you can see that the pandemic, the number of cases has doubled in recent weeks in relation to what we were having. The number of deaths has not yet caught up, but it's possible that will also catch up. So the world in which we're living through a second wave of the pandemic. However, we also see from the point of view of the market, we're also looking at the 21. And what is this world in 2021? 2020 is the following. It's a world with a lot of money, a lot of which was generated over 2020 by the central banks and by the governments through their fiscal policies, and a world which will come back to a certain normalization. It's already placing itself in the process. The vaccination process will begin. You can imagine that in the countries in development, by the end of the first quarter, a large portion of the population will be vaccinated. At least the risk groups and the most relevant parts. This is the idea that we have, that a good part of the world will already be vaccinated. And the markets are pricing that into the market right now. So the world in which you are able to have financial conditions which are very relaxed, easy money, fruits of the fiscal and monetary policies which have been done during this last year, and the economy will come back to normal. People will come back to conditions that are very easy money scenario. And the prices in the market are telling us that this is a world which is going to happen not only during 21, but also in 22. Of growth. You see the projections for inflation. If you look at all of the projections, the majority of the indicators for the developed economies the situation is extremely positive from the point of view of the economic recovery, the quick economic recovery. To give an example, for instance, we were here talking in our macro meeting every Wednesday, and we were analyzing even the United States, the Banco Central meeting next week. And one of the things that calls our attention, what are the financial conditions in general? Many times they talk about interest rates. The interest rates came down, stimulating the economy. However, there's a concept, a wider concept, which is the concept of financial conditions, which looks at the wealth effect of the stock market, the exchange rates, and other qualitative variables, which determine what are the financial conditions. And in fact, in the United States, the largest economy in the world, never before in the history of that country have economic conditions been as easy as they are now. The situation of the dollar with the stock market rising in recent times, and interest rates, the long-term interest rates went up a little bit, but it's still nothing near what it used to be. So these are very easy conditions, very relaxed, and the markets are pricing that into the price of the market, or the prices of assets. In other words, it's a world in which everything indicates that it's propitious for risk assets, equities, and we're talking about emerging markets. What we saw starting from November till now was that these conditions, these financial conditions that are easy in a certain way, have flown over to the growing economies. for the equity markets in expanding markets, benefiting and impacting even the most fragile economies, such as Brazil or South Africa, or even Turkey, which is going through a strong deterioration, economic deterioration, which has now stopped. We've seen several countries over the last month and a half performing very well in a scenario in which the classic scenario that the market calls a risk plus market. The question of it's on or off. The market uses this expression for quite a while. So we're seeing this scenario, risk on. What is the price of the market that the market will put into this scenario? That's something that we don't know. That's not impossible to know. I think we're still far away from the end. We could still see several, due to the conditions that we see today, economic conditions we see today, in the beginning of, during December and the beginning of next year, the market pricing the assets, risk assets in general, in a situation even more favorable, with the stock markets going up, with the several assets going up, with a very positive. And I mentioned Brazil, and what's our vision of Brazil? In fact, we have a cautious Brazil. When we look at Brazil at the beginning of the idiosyncrasies of Brazil, the local idiosyncrasies, see Brazil as one of the most weakest. This is what we discussed. Several analysts have decided and discussed this, have already mentioned this. Brazil starts from this coronavirus period in a very bad situation from the fiscal standpoint, and spends too much, spends more than it can, truly, and this has impact on assets with a very worrisome fiscal situation. However, having said that, we have to recognize the fact, as we recognized here, that against the flow, there's no argument that the world is looking for a return, and the Brazilian currency is one of the most undervalued currencies in the world. The Brazilian stock market was extremely cheap, especially when you consider it in dollar terms. The interest rates in Brazil had a very high premium, and in fact, the market, while it has this risk on phase, there's nothing to discuss. I'm going to use against the flow. There's no argument. You can't go against the flow. And when the wind is strong,
excelente. Já vou salvar essas duas frases aqui. Gostei também que você falou que do risk on, né? Aqui estão usando muito o pai tá on. Agora dá para falar que o risco tá on nos mercados. Isso está e está ajudando muito o mercado brasileiro, né? Depois eu vou voltar para você, Mário, para saber até que ponto que, quando acabar esse vento aí, se é hora de shortear a galinha que está voando só pelo vento ou não, mas antes, vamos ver o que o Paulo tem também de visão para 2021. O Paulo, para quem acompanha o Stock Pickers, né, ele foi um dos últimos entrevistados antes da corona crise, né? Foi ali no finalzinho de fevereiro, começo de março. A gente ainda estava entendendo.
The last idiot,
o último otimista de plantão, realmente foi um programa que a gente ainda não fazia ideia que a gente ia estar 9 meses depois, cada um no seu quadrado, tendo esse papo online. Mas, Paulo, como é que está a sua visão para 2021? Aí até, se quiser pegar um gancho no que o Mário já apresentou da visão dele.
What Mario already presented about his vision. I think what Mario said, I think it's exactly that. There's a lot of liquidity. It's a world that's coming back, would like to come back, the economic cycle. We're in the middle of the cycle up until last year, and now we're in the early cycle. It will take time for the economy to come back, but it's not 2 or 3 months. It's probably a few years. So we think we're in the early part of a cycle. There's a lot of strong fiscal stimulus, monetary stimulus worldwide. And with that, we have conditions for investments which are very good, very favorable. In my vision, there will be the rotation of quality versus value. If you buy a lot of value and pay well, and because you'll have the normal growth in the economy, you're going to have, if we have normal growth during the pandemic for next year, the Chinese close to 10, the worldwide 5 or 6%. So we don't have to pay a premium for growth, idiosyncratic growth. So looking at more cyclical sectors and more valuable sectors, we can look in the next few years personally. So I'm being very optimistic in terms of this cycle. We have a lot of commodities in our portfolio. We have banks, more than we had in recent years. We have a balanced portfolio with certain higher quality sectors. The sector of the health sector, for instance, but it's a portfolio which is much more cyclical, where we see a lot of opportunities. Talking of specifically about commodities, which is our biggest position, we like the dollar, the weak dollar. We like the low interest rates, which goes with strong commodity prices over the next few years. We like economic growth on the margins, the acceleration of growth. We have a structural thesis, which we think that the world will have to redistribute income over the next few years. The distribution of income, of revenue, what you see, for instance, in France, Chile, and Biden, with the election of Biden, and around the world over the last 10 years, there's been an incredible concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few very wealthy people due to a very expansionist monetary policy, which inflated prices of assets, but it didn't pass through to salaries. So we had change in this dynamic. We think that the Corona vouchers around the world, and what that means when the consumers, C and D consumers, he's going to start buying a house or reforming his house, buying a refrigerator or a stove, fix up his house. This is the real economy. This is demand for basic commodities, basic products. So we think that this is contracted at least for 21. The number of houses sold in 20 was a record. In Brazil, also a very high number of sales, real estate sales. We've contracted the demand for commodities for 21 and 22 with more investment in infrastructure. And on the offer side, on the supply side, over the last 10 years, no investor wanted to put his risk tied to commodities due to the projects that were in the pipeline. The sector was on the downside, but it's a sector that has a very long lead time. For a copper, for instance, it takes 8 to 10 years. For an iron ore mine, 6 to 8 years. And we think that there'll be a mini super cycle of commodities in the next few years. And the good news is that you're not having to pay a premium to get in. The commodity prices are still the lowest in the market. They're very good in dollar, a very low dollar, which protects you here in Brazil. And I think that's one of the most asymmetric sectors that there is. We're also very optimistic in seeing this, to see some numbers, not to stay only in the blah, blah, blah. In a normal year, the emerging markets receive equity, something like $60 million. This is negative in $20 billion. It's a dynamic that's more optimistic for the emerging markets. If for the next 1 or 2 years, we can expect at least $100 or $120 billion will come to the emerging markets from the developing countries, from investors in the developed world, in the next 24 months. So it's an avalanche of money that's coming from the gringos, and we're very optimistic for a diversification to take advantage of that.
Excelente, muito bom. Depois eu quero voltar para falar o que é de commodities que vocês têm, ou se é catadão de tudo aí, porque embora a nossa bolsa seja muito comoditizada, né, a gente tem alguns grandes representantes ali, outros com uma participação um pouco menor. Mas antes, vamos ouvir o Peixoto? Peixoto, antes de você falar, engraçado, né, que agora cada vez mais tem gente comprando bancos. Eu lembro que lá um pouquinho atrás, parecia que o Peixoto era o único gestor ali do condado que estava vendo o banco como uma boa oportunidade. Obviamente, esse vento está ajudando aí os bancos, mas aí quero saber também do Peixoto como é que está essa posição de bancos. Mas, por favor, Peixoto, antes, fala um pouquinho da sua visão para 2021.
It's hard to be the last, because a lot of people, interesting people that have already spoken, it's hard to be the last to speak. But I agree with Paulo just said. We have a good head in relation to 21. We have conditions and act in the risk assets that are very positive. We see there was a very positive market. The stock markets here in Brazil are headed up. We see a sequence of the last two results that we've had in the second and third quarter were better than that we expected here in Brazil. I think the fourth quarter, what we see is also has a good dynamic. If we go in without going into the individual stocks, we think the market will continue taking terms, making a profit for next year. It was very pessimistic in its estimations. So since the economy is having a positive in terms of GDP, we think that the stock market will also enjoy the effects of that. There'll be a growth cycle in the economy. It's natural that the companies that are there in the market will do better than average. And we see a growth above what the market is having. So we're still constructive. Speaking about Brazil, which is the market in which we operate, we like this upside. The market went from 100 to 115 in the last month. It wasn't exactly an increase. If you break it down, it's like Paulo said, these were just basically commodities: Petro, Vale, and banks. These are the biggest players in the Bovespa. They were abandoned. They were pretty much ignored. So this is basically just them catching up. If you take out Petrobras, Vale, and Bancos, the market is basically flat. These three names have responded for all the upside in the market. So these three have been very abandoned. When we see Vale going up 40% in a year, it's because it's dollarized. Vale now, after a long time, it's going to be $13. Now it's going to be $16, but it's always in dollar. So iron ore is $140 a ton. So now it's 80. So the price practically doubled. So the price of Vale is going up 20%. It doesn't seem like much due to the underlying facts. Petrobras is still lower than it was at the beginning of the year. If we look in dollar, it's still a very undervalued asset. If you look at it in dollars, it's worth about, it was $15, now it's $10. So it's still way below what it was before. You look at Bradesco, which was like 30 reais. It went up, everything it went up, now it's still at 26. Still below the level it was pre-pandemic. So just to put everything into context, this recent increase in the market that we've seen in the last 2 months, we don't think it's exaggerated. Basically, these are stocks that were very depreciated. They were abandoned for a certain time. People were very concerned about the economy, and they didn't want to pay a premium for companies that have intrinsic value. So now we're looking at this valuation. This can continue. It's hard to say how, but it's a movement that was strong in terms of speed. It was still a lot of space to run. When we look at the half of the index, which is Petrobras, Vale, and banks, in terms of valuation, the rest of the market in general has optimistic projections for profits. So we have also a mentality that's positive in relation. So just to catch up on the bank situation, we suffered quite a bit in recent months because the banks didn't move. Our idea was never to look at the competition with the fintechs, if they would have enough profit, if they would go back to their historical levels of profitability. But the prices, Bradesco was sold for its basic underlying asset value. It had a very high value, and the market was saying that it was not going to give a return on that capital. It seemed exaggerated, but you have very high carga, a very high weight of underlying asset value. So it was a position that we suffered a little bit to try and get there, but because it didn't move. But then, since we're Brazilians, we never give up, and we kept our position. So we kept our position. We sold a little bit on the margin, maybe 20%, but it's not a relevant. It still has a relevant position in our portfolio.
Já que é difícil falar por último, vamos fazer agora de trás para frente.
Let's go backwards.
Eu já ia perguntar como é que você trabalhou com essa posição em bancos.
In this position in the banks,
botou pouquinho do lucro no bolso, mas continua sendo uma parcela importante. Mas e o resto da carteira?
But it's still important, but the rest of your portfolio.
Como você bem disse, né, o mercado preocupado como estava pagando muito prêmio por empresas que são empresas de qualidade, mereciam esse prêmio, mas agora o mercado está o mercado está aceitando comprar de novo aquelas empresas mais cíclicas que ficaram mais baratas. Como é que estava a carteira de vocês e como é que está agora,
Peixoto? We have the characteristic, less of this top-down look that Paulo has. I think there's no right or wrong way to manage a fund. We look at our portfolio, a more balanced portfolio. There was no big changes. We operate much more in the micro than in the big themes. We look at very specific positions in the securities that we buy, in the stocks that we buy. We didn't change so much our portfolio, but it was some positions that we took, such as banks, Vale. We took some of our profits. But the principal themes that are basically very individual, very specific. For instance, the position is Eletrobras, which is a very good company. In the scenario that we mentioned in Brazil, which already had a high beta, which now it doesn't have a high beta, have an election in the Senate and the House of Representatives, depending on who wins, we're going to see the privatization. It's ready to privatize, it's ready to sell. We see the potential of doubling. It has very little downside. I think it's a good operation because it has very little downside. We don't see space to lose money on Eletrobras. So depending on the GDP, whether it be +5 or -5, as we said, we talk about banks and commodities we spoke about already. We have a position in Via Varejo, which we've had for a long time. We still believe in it. It's a little bit lower than it was at the beginning of the year, but it's still a big position. We think they have a strong possibility. They did very well during the year. Maybe not so much in the short term, but we look at the medium, they see an upside, a very interesting upside for them. And finally, health, as Paulo mentioned, we like the health sector. We went into Regidor, which is pricing today. We should have a reasonable position in our portfolio. We have a historic position in Eurocorp and CCR, which is also well abandoned. We saw very little interest on the part of the market today, but has a good asymmetry now. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, otherwise I'm going to give you the whole portfolio. Let the others speak a little bit.
A gente não acha ruim, não. Até porque
we'll come back. We don't think it's bad.
É bem direto ao ponto, então dá até para abrir tudo que já operou no ano inteiro aí, que vai dar tempo.
You can tell everything you did this year.
O Paulo, aí so, também, Paulo, acho que voltando aí para você, você falou muito do super ciclo de commodities e como isso está na carteira. Aí acho que para você a pergunta é meio que dividida, né? Não quero só saber as
we don't
posições
just
que
want
vocês
to know
têm,
the positions that you
mas
have,
como o
but
tamanho
also the
dessas
size
posições dentro
of
de
these
cada uma das
exposition
estratégias
in each one of
ali
these
na RPS.
strategies in the NPA in the portfolio.
Tá no mudo, Paulo.
You've muted your microphone, Paulo. Okay, so we have a debt to buy Brazil outside of Brazil, so we don't look only at the Brazil universe. Due to that, we're setting up a portfolio, a commodity portfolio that's very diverse. We like the basic commodities which are connected with the new economy, the green economy. So nickel, copper, we have positions in companies that produce these products. They have a very strong supply and demand factors in the next few years. In the growing strip, there's very little offer for these items for copper and nickel in the next few years. We like to bet also these companies are more expensive than the iron ore companies. We look at the iron ore company in a deficit in 21, and maybe in 21, Vale wants to grow their volume. This week, they gave a guidance that they will not be able to reach the target that they had previously. So the market is very tight for iron ore, and it wouldn't surprise us to see iron ore at $200. There's not enough iron ore to attend the growth in China, plus an acceleration outside of China, which is going to happen certainly with this GDP accelerating around the world. Looking at especially with the expensive metals that we're mentioning here, and especially with residential construction growing over the next 2 years. We see what houses are being sold in 2020. It's another commodity that is very interesting for us. I'm less convicted about the oil, because I think in the reopening, it's a commodity which has a lot to do with the reopening of the economy, with people driving, but it's a commodity that there's no problem of offer, of supply. There's an oversupply in the market due to the production of the Arabs, and so this has a limit on our price. So that is still depreciated. The petroleum could come up to 50 or 60 a barrel next year. So then we have to start building a position in paper and cellulose, which is a commodity more associated to consumption. The prices are quite low right now, different from iron ore, which is already relatively high. So the companies are more expensive, but they have an strong ESG position, and people are paying extra premiums for ESG positions. They have a little bit of everything. If I have to tell you a little bit more of exposition in copper and iron ore, to be more specific about another thing that is besides commodity, which is consumption. We believe that consumption in Brazil did very well due to the Corona vouchers, the special emergency funds. We had a fiscal expansion, which was of the GDP, very concentrated on the items purchased by the Corona voucher to secure the income of the poorest in Brazil. But this is not sustainable. Next year, we see a fall off in available income and of consumption in Brazil. So there is our thesis of avoiding expensive companies which are exposed to consumer goods in Brazil. We think there are a good chance that there will be a fiscal consolidation in Brazil, and that will be very associated to a reduction in the availability of income with the Corona voucher, which was given. And this is going to stimulate won't stimulate consumption next year. So I don't think it's worth it to pay a very high multiple for an area that is going to be challenged next year. And I'd be very interested to hear your Toro's opinion about that.
Quando você fala de
Let me see what
consumo,
Toro says
está
about consumption.
falando
We're talking about
varejo em geral,
about retailing
ou
in
tem uma
general,
predileção
or
pela
is this a
o varejo que
predilection
fica em casa, né?
for
Aquelas empresas mais de
for
e-commerce
the
que
companies which are more
andaram muito
e-commerce
mais
oriented, which did
do que as
much
outras.
better than the others during the pandemic? Now I'm talking about retailing in general. I think there'll be less income. People anticipated a lot of consumption, They bought that refrigerator that they didn't buy. We saw a lot of consumption, especially things for the house, because people were staying at home due to the pandemic. They bought the stove, the refrigerator, the blender, and we think that was a one-off, and it won't continue going forward. That you have a tendency of consumption, of online consumption, on evidence that Brazil is very little penetrated in online consumption. There's enormous space to grow in the next few years. But I would say that in the consumption overall, that the low-hanging fruit has already been picked. And we're going to see a relative challenge in the part of consumption going forward in the next quarters. Since this is the most expensive part of the market, where you pay a lot of additional multiples in the valuation, I like this theme outside of Brazil. I think outside of Brazil, it makes all kinds of sense. Looking at this US or China or Japan or Europe to do a stimulus and look at disposable income of their consumers. If there's a second wave, then we're still optimistic about that. Fiscal situation could still be quite easy money in this new cycle. Something that in Brazil we don't see. We're going to have to see an adjustment of at least 5% of the GDP for the next 2 years, and this is going to have to use up part of this expansion of income in 2020.
Excelente, é ponto de vista que eu não tinha ouvido ainda, né?
It's a point of view that I had not yet heard. People are optimistic
solução fiscal no Brasil. Se está otimista assim, talvez não deveria estar otimista com os setores que já andaram bastante no Brasil. Bom, mas é a opinião do Paulo. Eu vou então encaixar uma pergunta junto com a do Paulo. O Paulo já fez a pergunta para você sobre consumo em 2021, como é que você acha que vai ser? Mas queria que você também já engasse falando de como que está, então, a carteira de estruturalmente pessimista ou cauteloso com o Brasil, mas ciente de que o fluxo pode andar na direção contrária da saúde fiscal brasileira.
Let me, first of all, talk about Paulo's question. It's a very interesting question. And it's very complex. It's not simple. I think that what we have to do in this evaluation from a microeconomic point of view for the next year, I think that the correct evaluation could take us to help us make a lot of money. What happened to income in Brazil in general? As we know, it's going to go down 4.5% this year. Then it's going to grow 3 or 4% next year, which is basically growing zero. Just the carryover is 2.5%. So it might grow 0.5 or 1% next year. So, but it won't be the biggest growth in the last few years. So that's one thing. So when we look inside this macroeconomic number, this big number, there are some very interesting data which goes against, it meets what Paulo was saying. When you look at income, the fall in income, the reduction in income of the overall total salary mass, not just of the formal, informal workers, was brutal. There was an increase in unemployment and in the formal market, and in the fall off, which was most impacted in the informal. The informal workers also suffered greatly. The Corona voucher, for certain income levels, when you stratify these income levels, it more than compensated the reduction of the salary mass and income and the available income of these workers. In other words, the workers who earn 2 to 3 minimum wages this year are having a disposable income on average of almost 20% increase in the minimum wage. I would say on average 10% additional income than they had last year due to the Corona voucher. This obviously, when you look at the different bands, it goes diminishing in higher levels of income, but on average, it's more or less the same. The impact, in spite of the fall off in terms of income, you've had an enormous redistribution of income through the Corona vouchers, especially to the lowest classes. So looking at this, trying to put this together with what Paul is saying, it's true. This is true, especially in the consumption of the lower income classes, these companies that are more or less impacted by that. This has occurred. And we believe that there'll be a payback for that over 2021, because you won't have a continuation of this type of redistribution of income, as Paulo mentioned. So this is one theme, which is something that we need to keep our eye on. This impacts also on our portfolio because it has an impact on inflation as well. And this is one of the positions that we have most carried on this during this time, were the positions of implicit inflation. But we have now, with the increase of inflation is not a big problem. It's more, who's more worried about it is the central bank. It could be by changing the direction of interest rates. However, there is an adjustment due to the level of income that was greatly affected in 21. There's a serious problem of supply. People are in difficulty in producing. And because of the high level of consumption, we have a problem of supply. So cars aren't available and so forth. The manufacturers can't keep up. And this has an impact, as we know, on inflation of some products. From what we're going up here today is food, the tradables, and the sector of services, which is still very pressured. The inflation in the service sector, which is very pressured. But looking at next year, we're going to see there's going to be a changeover, a new adjustment in these prices, and a normalization of this, which is very heavy in inflation. And we're going to try to adjust it and have, once again, the relative prices. So this is answering a little bit the question. So what's our vision in the portfolio? We have an optimistic position. We prefer to express our positions as optimistic in equities. From the standpoint of the profile of our portfolio, we're very, very strong in the monetary area, and we have positions that are very large positions in interest rates. We have these positions, but much smaller in interest rates. Today, our principal positions are in currencies and in stocks. We also talk about currencies when in interest rates. You're talking about when you know the interest rates and the cycle of all of the monetary cycles. Then you know the interest rate, the exchange rates, and you can identify that the exchange rates of those countries. But in fact, today we have positions in currencies. It's an important thesis that we have, is the thesis, an old thesis that we mentioned here before, of a dollar since 2015. It has suffered a tremendous appreciation. This process was something that took 5 years and is now reverting. We've already seen a part of it has come back. Almost 50% of it's moved. And we think that it's going to continue of the weakening of the dollar in relation to the majority of currencies around the world. This is happening. It's already underway. As Paulo mentioned, in general, the movement of commodities of the dollar, of a weak dollar, is something that we see We have positions today in this thesis in general against various currencies, a large basket of currency, whether it be dollar as a liability, and other currencies, which are currencies of the euro and the Swedish currency, the Norwegian currency. It's a quality asset, not so much the quality, but various countries that we have positions in their currency. Mexico, we have a position in the Mexican currency. All this against the dollar, because the dollar is our principal liability. As we see, as an asset, we see a large basket of currencies from emerging markets, commodities countries, the pound sterling, which we're also long on that currency. The euro, we see it falling with the Brexit. It's a confusion, but we think that it will come out ahead. So this is a position of the fund, and a position of the fund together with our equities position in various countries. Centered in the U.S., taking advantage of the spectacular conditions existing that we're living in the U.S. But there's also something that we see relatively strong for a long time in the currencies, in the Asian currencies. We're also the yuan, the Chinese, in the position of currencies, the currency of China, also in the stock markets, in the Asian markets. These are our positions. We have a few positions in interest rates, have a few positions, for instance, Mexico, a few positions which we've taken in interest rates, which we always say in the world, in a cycle of monetary policy. When it's up at some point in time, I want to get on board. So we're doing that in China, in Chile, and Colombia, and in certain countries where we have a position that we've taken. But these are small positions of lower risk than we have in currencies and in the stock market.
Excelente, muito bom.
Very well.
Deixa eu trazer mais uma pergunta ali para o Peixoto, já que ele falou, não vou ficar falando aqui da carteira inteira. Então vou falar de um assunto que talvez tenha ou não tenha na carteira, Peixoto, que é o mercado de IPOs.
The IPO market.
We've had uma demanda crescente aí de IPOs esse ano, algumas novidades, até novos setores na Bolsa Brasileira. Queria saber qual foi a sua avaliação dos IPOs que a gente teve em 2020, se alguns entraram na carteira, ou deixou passar, enfim. Como é que você viu as novas empresas na Bolsa em 2020?
The new companies in the stock market in 2020? Well, the valuations were poor. We lost more than we won. The IPOs for us, it's always difficult. We like it because it's a new entrance in the market. You're interested in hearing these stories of these companies, but there's always an asymmetry. You look at the story, you don't have a history, you don't know how it's going to be the demand going forward. So there's an asymmetry of information there, but there's a lot of things, and we entered into some of them during the year, but it wasn't a year for IPOs in Brazil. Differently from outside of the country, the IPOs in the US were exceptional, and the IPOs, most of them went up. Most of them there were a few stories that did very well, but we went into a few. We entered in the Hedgedor today. We're going to see the valuation tomorrow. We like the story, but in general, what was wrong was the valuation. The prices that came to market in general wasn't very attractive. We have some of them that we bought, and we're going to leave them in our portfolio. One IPO that we didn't do well, that went down. And there's a long winter for these IPOs. We entered into small IPOs. One was an oil company. Other one was Medihuj, which we bought about 5% of the company. A position big for the company, but small for the fund due to the small market cap. These are small companies. We participated in Boa Vista. We participated in PET. Did well. But we like to look at them. Sometimes there's a position, especially if they have big funds with a large position. So you're not just depending on the liquidity, which might be slow. So when we see a good opportunity, we look at it. So I think that in general terms, there was a lot of things that came to market, and it was a certain exaggeration. Brazil, because you only had local investors in many of these deals. Usually it's 70% outsiders and 30% local. This year was the opposite. So I think that it grew a lot. We like the IPOs, but we can't exaggerate with the amount of offers that come to market. We don't even have enough ability to look at everything. So some of them were postponed because there's a lot of things at the same time. So we have to know on what to focus. So there's some deals that we let them pass because we just didn't have time to look at them closely. But I think that's an industry that's going to come back strongly in 21. There are some that didn't finish in 20, but will come back in 21. Maybe with a bigger participation from foreign investors.
Só para também não ficar muito
also,
no assunto IPOs.
To not just be on the IPO subject.
Mas o que me chamou muito a atenção esse ano foi a diferença das empresas que fizeram IPO, muitos setores novos na bolsa. A gente pegar alguns nomes recentes, a própria Pets, setor
which is a sector that
não tinha par ali relacionado. A gente tem o Enjoei, Melios e tantas empresas novas. Isso dificulta um pouco também o trabalho de análise, de como não tem par ali relativo na bolsa. Você tem uma avaliação de preço mesmo, se no relativo está barato ou não. Como é que você vai comparar, né? O quanto isso atrapalha na análise, o quanto isso pode melhorar ali em 2020, tendo novas empresas.
2021 with new companies. I think that the analysis is more difficult when we look at companies because it's by sector. You analyze the sector, the competitors, and the portfolio of the industry overall. When it's something new, you have to start from zero. Find out about the sector and the reference, and this takes time to be done. So you're totally correct. It's very difficult when there's too many deals all at once. There's no way to compare them. You have to compare the company with itself, so it's hard to put it into context. I think there are more. The stock market was always very concentrated. It was basically Petrobras and Vale and banks. It's now becoming more decentralized, more diverse. So I see with good eyes. And I think that over time, the market will learn to look at new companies, to have more things to compare them with. I think that this creates an interesting climate.
Estão chegando algumas perguntas aí da plateia. Antes de passar para ela, só queria ouvir de bate-pronto aí, Paulo e Mário. O Paulo está com uma visão mais construtiva de mercado e o Mário, podemos dizer que ele está neutro no Brasil. Ele não está com nenhuma posição otimista dele em Brasil. Queria saber, primeiro do Paulo, qual o grande risco aí da tese dele, que ele acha que pode desconstruir essa visão positiva que ele tem, e o Mário, o que pode fazer o Mário ficar otimista de novo com o Brasil, né? Se é um carimbo de que o fiscal vai ficar aí, enfim. Qual que é a notícia que vocês esperam em 2021? O Paulo que não espera e o Mário que ele espera para mudar a visão deles.
To change your visions of the Brazilian market. I always expecting something bad. We have to be prepared for something bad and be mapping out the bad things that could happen. Because the secret of a long-term investor in these of 2020 is to be able to hold on to these things during a bad moment. And in the long term, when something, you can't just throw it away when something bad happens. So the biggest risk that I see
in the short term, the risk for this year is to eventually have an election in Georgia, in the Senate, where the Senate becomes democratically controlled in the U.S. If that blue wave happens, there's a 70% of probability, 70% Republican, 30% Democrat. But if it happens a blue wave, in 10 years, the American economy, however, the asset which is most asymmetrical in recent years is their contracted increase. If they have a Democratic Senate and an increase of the dollar will sink, and in 10 years it will go down the drain. If that happens, it will hurt the emerging, the theses of emerging markets and of commodities. They do not combine with increased interest rates, especially fast interest rates. Of course, the Fed will operate. It will give an all-in, let's say, in the process of interest rate controls. But in a blue wave, the market will price in, which has already been priced in recent past, in 10 years, above 1 or 2 or 3. This could be a realization of what happened in September. It was a realization that was based on technology. But in short term, we see this. What I'm doing to protect myself from that is that I'm buying a little bit of 10-year paper. So an interest rate protection, it's very cheap right now. Interest rates are very low. So it's a good hedge for my position, for my optimistic position in relation to commodities overall. But I think in the short term, what I see in the way of risk, I think in the short term, we're early in the cycle, the outlook is good. The economy is recovering, and we'll see strong growth in 2021 with impact. We're gonna have still some problems. We're gonna be talking about the Fed changing its stance in relation to interest rates, but this will be more towards the end of next year.
Boa. Agora contigo, Toros.
Now,
qual a notícia que pode
Toros,
fazer
what do you think could
esse
make
neutro? Pode até ser para cima ou para baixo, né? Se bem que eu acho que é a mesma
what would
notícia
make
que
it change, either
mas enfim, o que pode mudar a sua opinião sobre o
what would
Brasil?
change your outlook for Brazil? Brazil, let's talk specifically about Brazil. What's the vision that we have? It's not that we are necessarily pessimistic about Brazil. From the point of view of relationship and risk return, there are cases of investment cases that seem to be more interesting outside of Brazil than here in Brazil. And we're placing more risk in Brazil. When we look at the risk in Brazil, that's a first vision. We've been shorting Brazil for a long time. We lost money. We recognize the loss. It was more than compensated by the gains in the optimistic positions outside, but part of the gain, part of the wins in these 2 months was outweighed by the short positions here in Brazil. We actually don't really have any positions in Brazil right now, except for a few small, simple positions. But in general, our positions are reduced in Brazil. What could change in Brazil? First, a vision that I haven't seen so far. I'm not pessimistic about the fiscal situation in Brazil necessarily in the short term, but in the long term, we have a structural problem which has never been solved. So, to be optimistic, I think there's a few problems. The low potential for growth and a debt which is very high and interest rates which today are very low, but we don't know we know they're not going to stay that low over the long term because it's not viable. You cannot grow, neither to pay the interest on the debt, and so it's not going to be possible. And that's the situation that Brazil has placed itself in. It's been placing itself in in 15 and 16, and 17 it started to get out of it, and now we're back in that same boat. This is the first question. It's a more of a medium and long-term question. It's possible that Brazil, respecting its limit, its spending limit, I don't know. I think they're going to I think they're going to privatize everything. I don't think any of these privatizations are going to happen. It'd be great if this emergency constitutional amendment would happen. If they're going to get rid of the Social Security reform, then what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. I don't think they have any more capacity for political articulation to make any more reforms. So everything that could happen, if there was in fact a capacity for articulation, for political articulation, Petrobras is going to go for the Correios will get privatized. I don't see this happening. I don't see this from the point of view of political articulations. These things only happen when the executive power wants them to, when the president wants them to, and I don't see it happening for that reason. I think it's going to be difficult. It's a difficult period, but it will pass. We're talking about a limited situation for Brazil in the next few years, especially because we have a foreign scenario which is very positive. However, the external situation positive is necessary, but it's not enough to have a fantastic rally here in Brazil, in the Brazilian market. I had a vision that this rally would happen, and I thought that Brazil would underperform in relation to other countries. It didn't happen in the last 2 months. Brazil, on the contrary, against the currency, against the stock market, it did better than other countries. But I don't see this extending going forward. If this scenario continues, from the standpoint of risk return, our vision is that it's better to allocate risk in other countries rather than in Brazil. It's good that we can do that here in Brazil, that we have this capacity to diversify our assets.
Bom, excelente. Quer dizer, excelente que a gente teve aí visões diferentes, né? Eu acho que, de fato, o fluxo, como você bem disse, Toros, o fluxo está falando mais alto do que os fundamentos agora, mas essa questão política realmente pode atrapalhar e muito a situação do Brasil, principalmente se olhar para médio e longo prazo. Eu recebi informação aqui que a gente não vai ter tempo de fazer as perguntas porque o nosso tempo estourou. É isso mesmo, Ana Laura?
Oi, Salomão. Oi, Paulo, Marcos e Mário. Fiquei aqui acompanhando o backstage. Parabéns pelo painel que vocês fizeram agora, foi muito legal. Realmente tiveram muitas perguntas, mas a gente extrapolou o tempo, mas vamos tentar fazer uma só, em 5 segundos. Cada um deles, sem explicar, só respondendo uma pergunta que é: qual classe de ativos tende a performar melhor em 2021? E é isso.
Answer real quick. I'm going to have to.
Então fala o setor aí, Peixoto. Fica mais fácil.
One sector, then. I'm going to make a provocation. Eletrobras. Okay. Without any doubt, this will be equities. I won't say a sector because I like a region.
Interessante isso. Paulo.
I think equities, there's no fixed income anywhere in the world. The currencies are relative. In the real world, we have to go after the real world, the real economy, which are stocks, equities. I like commodities. I think it's very asymmetrical, as I mentioned. And I'm going to agree with Peixoto. I like Eletrobras. It's very asymmetric. As a state, it has 50% of upside potential. As a state company, and when it's privatized, and it will be, and I think it even has a chance of doing that with a micro reform in Brazil, it will be our reform will be a C or D student, but structurally, it's going to have a reform. But I like Petrobras. The privatization could happen, especially if a new president of the Senate was a guy who is called Eduardo Braga. He's one of the strongest candidates to become president. If he's the president of the Senate, you can buy Eletrobras because it's going to change.
Anotado, hein? Com data, hora,
okay. We wrote it down with
depois
date,
a gente corre atrás de vocês.
So
gente, muito obrigada. Salomão, você quer falar? Você quer tentar?
Só queria agradecer, acho que papo de altíssimo nível com pessoas que eu admiro muito e que já deram muito conteúdo bacana individualmente no Stock Pickers e hoje estiveram juntos aqui nesse encerramento desse evento maravilhoso que a XP fez. Fico muito honrado de fazer parte dessa mediação e ter feito esse papo com eles. Muito obrigado.
And to see what was this discussion with them. It was a pleasure to participate.
A gente que agradece, realmente foi um evento incrível, não poderia ter sido finalizado de uma forma diferente ou melhor. E claro que a gente teve um time único de especialistas que ajudam a construir e entender o mercado financeiro no Brasil e no mundo nesses últimos 2 dias de evento. Foram momentos super interessantes de reflexão e troca. E vocês que querem nos ajudar a construir todos os dias os temas dos nossos eventos, vocês podem apontar o celular aqui para esse QR Code que está aparecendo na tela de vocês aí no vídeo do YouTube, que vocês vão ser direcionados e vão poder contribuir com os próximos eventos. Tá bom? A gente espera vocês para construir isso juntos e até a próxima. Boa noite.